another lengthy one, I'm sure.
Hey, Chris online there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's pretty loud, but
That's probably a little close to the mic.
overdriven. But I can hear you.
Finger test.
All right, we are recording. We're live on YouTube. All right, it is 2:30, and I will open this special event workshop for the Grand County Commission. And I will turn it over. Oh, present are Commissioners Kevin Walker, Evan Clapper, Josie Kovash, Trish Hedin, Mary McGann, and myself, Jacques Adler, along with Commission Administrator Mallory Nassau, Associate Administrator Quinn Hall, County Attorney Christina Sloan, County Clerk Gabe Wojtek. And I will turn it over to Mallory to get us going. Thanks, Mallory.
Okay, I know everybody has been looking forward to this, so I'm gonna potentially rush through some of this content in the actual presentation, just to make sure that we're hitting on the big conversation points today. So let me know if you see me going through some things and want me to go back, but I think also at the end, if time permits, we could dive back into those. So I chose this background because I think this is how we all feel about special events. And I particularly do not like the cold, so it would be unenjoyable for me.
Evan must love it.
We could Photoshop you in. So I will do a quick overview of our flawed process as is. And that's really, to sum it up, the steps that we have are that the applicant submits the intent to apply, which is a basic document showing, the dates, the event sponsor, the type of event, various components of the event, and that is right now being initially reviewed by the Special Event Advisory Committee. And what they are doing is deciding, based on the current ordinance, if that needs to come to the commission for the final approval. So what we've heard with recent events is that it would be ideal to have that intent to apply come to the commission versus the last piece. So that is one thing we will dive into, but it sounds like it is a flaw in our current process. So if the intent to apply, as of now, is approved by the Special Event Committee, then we the processing entity tells them to proceed with the complete application. This part is true regardless of commission approval or not, which is also why it doesn't hit you guys until the very end and is something we'll work through. But after the committee says to go ahead, they have to go through the process of the complete application. Referral agencies review it, which are, law enforcement, EMS, roads, the health department, various groups based on what is integrated into the event. From there, it would go back to the Special Event Committee for the final approval, which is the issuance of the permit, or for you all, it would come to you for the first time. So that is our flawed process right now. And this is just a kind of breakdown of the things that we need to modify, which includes with changing the process, potentially, again, today. I'm thinking at the next meeting or even the following, focusing on educating applicants so that they know the changes that are coming, including the deadlines and submission requirements. And we recognize it's going to be a challenge of when does that kick in, and what do you do with people that are kind of in limbo. So luckily we can get to that at a later point. And just in general, without going too deep into this, it's kind of that challenge of things coming to you all at the very last minute, kind of rushed, and an inability to see the larger community impact, as well as what is happening with special events in the community already. So kind of the annual calendar. We'll also have as a shared calendar. Thank you to Rachel and Angie. So you all can see this is what's been approved. This is what's pending. This is the ITA, intent to apply, has been approved, but the complete application hasn't been submitted. So that is one flaw that we hope to address. So you guys can see sooner than later, before events even go through a complete application, what's going on in the community, kind of if it's a very busy time or if it's a good off season, if you will. Got a video I love. I won't show it because I think you want to see it.
How long?
It's a minute.
Yeah.
I think Angie and Rachel could speak to. Okay, tell me if everyone's seen it.
I can see it.
Ah,
Oh, I love this.
now I'm gonna ruin it.
This is my life in a nutshell. That's special ed. Family gatherings. I already know where you're going with this video.
Maybe I'm not going anywhere.
How many cats?
All right, we'll just.
Um,
Is that?
Yeah, don't let anybody tell you it's easy. Anybody can herd cattle. Holding together 10,000 half wild short hairs, well, that's another thing altogether. Being a cat herder is probably about the toughest thing I think I've ever done.
I got this one this morning, right here, and if you look at his face, it's just ripped to shreds, you know?
You see the movies, you hear the stories, I'm living a dream. Not everyone can do what we do.
I wouldn't do nothing else.
It ain't an easy job, but when you bring a herd into town and you ain't lost a one of them, ain't a feeling like it in the world.
Okay, bear with me.
Sure.
Threw me off the game.
What was that? Abandoned radio.
Yeah, somebody left it, it'll be the answer to that. So it's
Oh,
easier.
they
It's the
have.
jail talk.
Yeah, they had a big meeting yesterday.
Okay, so what we're hoping to accomplish with this change is to update the process as well as some of the policies, including deadlines that are, I think, give more flexibility, but also give you all the opportunity to review them accordingly. And within that, we're also going to talk about the quarterly schedule that I know we've talked about in the past, so that you can get kind of all of the proposed events within a window. Like January 1st to March 31st would be, say, quarter one. And we can get to this in a second and look a little closer. But for quarter one, they would have a set date that they have to submit in order to make it to you all. So that's one that will get potentially a little tricky with implementing, but I think based on the events that are potentially coming, it's something we could work through fairly easily. As referenced, what the deadlines would be pertaining to, as well as quarterly review, would be the intent to apply. So we're proposing some changes to that content just to ensure it's capturing a little more information to guide decision making, not to determine decision making, but as a kind of a guide to consider with these, it is aligning with some of the commission's the philosophy, the mission, and some of the values. So that is something we can also look at in just a moment. And then again, the process change. So it is literally just taking for the piece with the commission that you all right now review the final application and switching that to you review and approve the first piece. So it's.
Alex, can I interrupt? Are you muted on Zoom? People are saying you're muted twice.
It's like a nightmare for them. Take two. Another thing we talked about at the last meeting, and that you will also see on the agenda, is the potential for approving a special event coordinator position. And that will tie into the next why make these changes, but the short answer is really having that one point of contact, the consistency, and I feel like an important thing for applicants, the community, for everybody, is the focus on customer service. And that's not implying there's an issue with customer service, it's just much easier going through one person, kind of the same process, and we hope you will consider that, because I think that will be a big improvement and help quite a bit. And then some of the smaller details that will come potentially in later ordinance phases can be handed off to them. So we already quickly mentioned the quarterly commission reviews, and also why we need to change the process. I think we've actually gone over that pretty well without directly stating it. There are some typos, forgive me. I just finished this and did not proofread, so look the other way. So what we are proving, that I also think I've covered, is this step-by-step change. And it's very minimal, I feel, but I also say this all the time, and I'm learning it's easy to come up with an idea and a process. And I found a quote that I failed to leave out, but just if you aren't able to explain your process, you really don't have one. So this would be a good test, I think. So So I will pull these up individually. I think this is content everybody will want to dive into as it's pretty important, but it's looking at the different deadlines for submitting the intent to applies, when they're reviewed, and when a complete application has to be submitted. So immediately you'll see something in this document. Let me pull up another. It shows it a little more clearly. We are going to change, or we're proposing that we change what I just referenced as special event determination events and commission determination events. So those would go to potentially something to the effect of low impact and high impact. So the ones that are dinging to the special event committee as being the high impact would come to all of you for those quarterly reviews, should you decide to proceed with this.
And that's like a algorithm of how they become low or high, or is that just a judgment on the committee, or is
I'm
that
glad you asked.
TBD?
So some of it would be TBD, but for now, what I'm at least proposing is that we would take what's in the current ordinance that requires commission approval. So what we're using now to screen would be our guide for doing that still. And that would change ideally.
And an improved version, slightly
Yes.
improved version.
Yes, that's a very important point. But it would be something in the ordinance that helps us to make that determination. That's not, yeah.
And I thought we decided it was low impact and everything else. And the everything else would go to the commission.
Yes. We call it low impact and everything else impact.
We're still working out those terms.
I guess when somebody's filling out the application, will they realize like, oh, I'm checking the low impact boxes, or I'm checking the...
Not right now.
Okay.
And my thought is we could put something on there, just a subsection where folks would look at those different considerations and then select I'm in high, I'm in low, or everything else impact. But for a while it will be, hey, here's the education piece. Please apply as soon as possible in case you are the everything else impact. And I know that that will be a challenge and something a lot of people won't love. From what I've looked into, there are a number of municipalities and counties that have had to do something like this, and it's just tied back to the education piece. So that will be a challenge.
But the triggers really should be objective, you know, so we're going to tweak the provision that's already in there, and hopefully make it more clear to everyone, applicants, but also county staff, because there has been confusion. You know, I want to honor that, but there's been confusion in the county about how it's done.
And one goal for those of us who are in the special event work group is looking at the impact tiers and where we could go with that. And where we left it was, it would be ideal to have that coordinator who, once they're on board and trained, they would facilitate more of the drilling down to what are the characteristics of high, what are they of medium. But those different impacts will not be identified right now. It would just be the low and everything. And I think that actually provides a lot of flexibility with seeing over the next few months how those are working. Are there a lot that are coming to the commission that seemingly are, you know, are not necessary for that approval level? And then from there, when we have somebody on board and they're really able to dig in, that's where we could look at the different impact tiers and what would make sense, kind of lessons learned, because I'm sure there will be a lot of lessons that we're about to learn. So, that being said, did I answer your question at all, or just?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where we go back to this strange component of folks would submit the intent to apply, and they would be strongly encouraged to assume, unless it's obvious that I'm low impact, then you will want to follow the deadlines for everything else impact. Once that intent to apply hits the special event committee, as it does right now, they will make the same determination of, does this go to the commission or does it stay with us? That again is where there's a difference of, if it goes to the commission, this immediately goes to the commission, or at least is scheduled in that appropriate quarterly review. And let me pull that up. That might be a good place. That was painful. So this is what we are proposing for those quarterly review breakouts. And again, this would be specific to the events, to everything else impact events. And I can definitely clean up the format to make that a little clearer. So in essence, if you're going to have an event right now, let's see, it would be April 2nd. You would need to get your intent to apply in by the 2nd of October. And then at the second commission meeting in October is when there would be this standing chunk of the meeting dedicated to reviewing everything that's come in for that April 1st to June 30th quarter. Does that make sense, or is that getting a little?
I think we have a little bit of work to do to just simplify some of it, but for example here, it's basically 6 months before. So shouldn't we just rate the ITA deadline as 6 months
No.
before the quarter?
Well, yeah, because going through the special event.
It would be 6 to 8 months, right?
Yeah, it's a window.
Right, 6 months before the quarter.
Right, which is true.
I mean, maybe it's the way my brain. I find that very confusing. Sure, but.
Well, I think it's a great chart, not so terribly confusing, and I think it's good to have explicit dates rather than 6 months before something, because it's less open to interpretation.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I'm glad that we're finally seeing, this sort of quarterly review. I think it's something we've been hoping to see for a while, so it's great to see it in black and white here.
And the idea is that we'll have like a pile to review all at once, and they won't trickle in through those 6 months. It'll be like, here's the whole quarter's pile, and you can like go through them all.
Yeah, and it's gonna say over and over again, no exceptions. Here are your deadlines.
Yeah.
Yes. Mhm.
But and so then, as we figure out the difference between low and mid and high impact, and that might be that the mid impact are not coming to the commission.
I would say there's the potential for that. Obviously, we wouldn't want low impact too, but I think it would be a matter of looking at what those characteristics end up being and other thresholds.
Yeah, I mean, I just as a matter of terminology, I would say, the ones that don't come before the commission, we should just call them low impact, and we can play with where that dividing line is. If we feel like we're getting events that we feel should just be administratively improved without becoming for this, then we can do it. But just so we know what we're talking about, I would call the ones that are handled by the committee low impact, and the others, medium to high.
I mean, there's some like obviously very low impact that just the quinceaneras at OSTA where it's
Those are
like,
now excluded as a special event period. They don't even go through this process.
they don't even, okay, so.
They'll still be permitted by OSTA, right? They go through OSTA's process, but they're not a special event.
so
We have
that a-
expanded the
a zero,
exclusions.
okay, they're not even an event.
They're not an.
So you need a,
Like a zero impact would be like the Navajo Churro sheep show.
so
That's zero impact.
do they get a permit or do they get a reservation or what is?
I give them a permit because they get all of the documents, but it doesn't go through, you don't see it, just because it's so low and it's under 100 people and they're using a small portion of the facility.
Yeah, that just goes back to the terminology sort of stuff. Because if somebody asks me, oh, do I need a permit for a party? I'm like, well, yeah, you need a permit, but you don't have to really get the permit. It's not, like then
It's clearly excluded. So like, family, youth events. Also what's
Weddings.
excluded are events in county facilities that are permanent facilities. They're intended to host those type of events. So we have expanded that exclusion to even take out these, what we consider no impact tonight would be a special.
Okay. So that's more like a,
So OSTA
Building
functions as like a
reservation.
conference center in that regard?
yeah.
Okay.
It's like booking the shelter at the park or something.
That's just a reservation.
Yeah, that's,
Right. It's not a permit. It's not an event. I'm sorry. It's
but
not-
there's still a bit of an approval process.
Sure, but you can approve a reservation.
Yeah, yeah.
Accept the reservation.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, that being said, with the 6 months or the quarters, however we want to clean that up with the wording, something I think you all would need to work through is this concept that I never thought of, which is, I've always considered this, like, here's the deadline, people are, cutting it very close, they want more, they want as short of a deadline as possible, 15 days. But then I realized there are some people who actually want a lot more time so that they can advertise. So this is going to get confusing without question. What I would propose is that there is this quarterly set date where any events held within that quarter's breakdown, they have to go in that. But they could go in one up to 12 or 18 months sooner, but that would be more for folks with recurring events, ones that we know are going to happen, that are very beloved by the community. I saw Denise is on, and I think of her and her events and something that it's very likely that it would end up even on the pre-authorization list. So if we took the criteria in our current ordinance for that pre-authorization list and plugged it in, it would give people the opportunity to say, I want to know a year out. I don't want to wait until 6 months out. I want to plan. So that's something I think there's.
And I think you said this, but the intention, that would be for events that have already been happening a number of years, and so we're very familiar with what the impacts are. And so we would feel comfortable making a decision ahead of time without looking at other people applying for that quarter. Is that the?
Yes. Or we could look at the other side of it, of opening the option of you can apply in that range, even if you're a first-time event, but you might get shut down. And maybe it's cleaner at first to just follow that.
I think the
criteria.
curveball for me with that is trying to address the quality versus quantity. And so the idea of having a pile of them all at once to review is that you can score them based on the quality of the event. And if we're approving new events that we're unfamiliar with prior to that window, then they're not in that pile with the other events that we're like, is there too much going on this weekend, or is there?
Yeah, and I think I would be in favor of not as a rule, maybe with only very rare exceptions, if it's a new event, then it has to wait for that big pile of applications. It doesn't get the early approval.
Maybe for the time being, just drafting that. So in essence, what would be in the pre-authorized list that allows it to be approved by the committee instead of you all, we would take that criteria and carry it over. I would love to dig into that at the end of the meeting if you all choose, just to get an idea of what would make more sense. 12 months, 18 months, maybe hear from some folks who do the event planning to know how far out they start planning for these large events.
Well, I think for recurring events, and this discounts new events, I mean, you're not going to start planning next year's event until after you've completed this year's event. So I don't know if longer than 12 months really is something that would be utilized enough to sort of edify it into our process.
Yeah, of course, Angie.
Josie, I believe Josie's right. Here, 12 months is pretty accurate. Usually, like if I could use Jeep Safari as an example, usually students Jeep Safari is 80, you're paying for that event and then give me a deposit for the next year's event. They do have a 10-year permit for their BLM permit, so I know like they're 10 years out, but they're finishing and then starting. So I think 12 months is accurate.
Yeah, and 12, keeping in mind that 12 really means 12 to 15 here because it's for that window. So.
All right, so we will go with 12 for now. And that's the exciting part about continually changing the ordinance is we'll get it right. And these are easier things to change, I feel, than the entire process overhaul. Let's see, let me go back up. So another thing I would love for everybody to talk through is the low impact events that could be approved by the committee and what would make sense with those timeframes. I highlighted these because I just was hoping to get more guidance and not implying that I feel strongly about any of those. So if we're just looking at this one and with the wrong terms, I would love to get an idea either now or later what you all think about how many days in advance people should be submitting those intent to applies, with the assumption that they will be able to be approved by the committee.
So if I'm understanding correctly, these are low impact events. So they're events that have, they're less than a certain number of people and they don't involve things that might cause disruption to the community. And so the sort of events that we don't really want to see, we just would like some kind of administrative approval. But if that's the case, I would say that the deadlines really just depend on it's some kind of balance between, not giving too much red tape to people running relatively small events and the convenience of the administrators, people on the committee who have to deal with it. So I think the people whose opinions matter the most for these deadlines are you all, but trying not to make life too difficult for someone with a relatively small event, especially maybe a locally sponsored relatively small event.
Did you have something to add, Rachel?
I do. So just for reference, the BLM recommends 6 months to get an SRP permit in place. And if this is a new event, that's something to take into consideration is they shouldn't necessarily need to jump through all these hoops. And for a DAPS permit, considering the local consent, it should be at least 90 days to be able to get the DAPS permit in place based on restrictions.
And so is that the large majority of low impact events, things that have either a DABS or a SRP?
I would say 95% of the events that I deal with, probably Angie too, have an SRP. Alcohol is less common, at least for me, more common for you, but it is still something to consider if they're going to go through jumping all these hoops. There should be some kind of.
Okay.
I don't know if a low impact event. I don't know if an event that would have BLM permit would be in the wrong category.
Did you want to add
I don't
something?
know if that is relevant.
Ashley?
As a permittee, I just want to help, really. And so from our perspective as a business owner that's applying for permits, the first thing I would say is this intent to apply is a great idea. That's exactly what I was thinking about, that you need as a council to have some review of the character of the event. We're gonna run 1 million motorcycles down Main Street for 20 hours. No thanks, whatever, or we're gonna, build houses for homeless people. Okay, we definitely need to see. And so that intent to apply thing, I really support that. I think that's a great idea. I think asking the key questions and getting the person to describe their event, and then you can review it on a timely basis. Now, anyone that's having an event that involves selling tickets or advertising has to be at least 6 months in advance, maybe 9 months. I mean, anyone that's trying to do an event that they're trying to advertise to the public and they come to you 30 days before, something is wrong right there, right? So if you have this rolling intent to apply every quarter, there's a deadline, and every quarter you look at those events, I think that would be, I super support that. I definitely think there should be some provisions, and it sounds like you're working on those for repeat events, so that we don't do the brain damage every year. Like maybe there's a way to, because it's a repeat event. And so, and then the second part is some consideration for locals, not that they get to break the deadlines or anything, but that local businesses or nonprofits that are trying to have an event should have some consideration. But this whole low impact, high impact, I'm not really sure what your definitions are, but where I would go is, so after you get the intent to apply, there really, if you use some type of decision tree, like I applied, so I'm Ashley Kornblatt, I'm the Western Spirit Center.
So actually, if you're going to talk much longer, maybe you should use a microphone, because I think people online can't hear you.
I'm going to talk really fast because I don't want to take up too much time, but I just want to throw a few ideas out there. So intent to apply, great. And there's ways to fine tune it, and it's a rolling thing, and you look at those. And I think asking people 6 to 9 months is fine. If it's a big enough event that it qualifies for an event, they're definitely working on it 6 months before. And then, but when you get into the whole referral, and because it feels like what's happening now is you describe your event, and then there's the ordinances over here, and then there's this whole work to try to track that, right? And there might be an opportunity if you use more of a decision tree like application, which a lot of land managers use, would be something like, are you going to serve alcohol? Right? That's a yes or no. Are you serving alcohol in a county building? Yes or no. And so, and if they say no, then there's no worry, like our whole little last minute kerfuffle for Outer Bike, like, do you have alcohol in your liability insurance policy? And the answer is no, I don't. And am I going to have to run around like crazy in the next 5 minutes and go buy a really expensive addendum to my policy because I didn't even know that was a thing? Or can we just be, so if we really think through the types of events, and I think that point of a lot of events already went through the SRP process with the BLM and really looking at those, but doing some type of decision tree that eliminates stuff, right? What are the triggers? Like my understanding right now is that it goes to the health department. And if the health department doesn't answer in 5 days, then the permit gets approved. But what is the health department looking for? What are their triggers? We're going to be killing live animals out there. Like, what are we doing? What is the thing? And if you say, we are not doing that thing that would make the health department crazy or any department crazy, then you could, so it'll take a little bit of work, but that decision tree model, you could just eliminate a bunch of things. The permittee could say, no, there are no motor vehicles involved. No, there is no livestock involved. No, there is no whatever. And a lot of liability policies do it that way. They ask you all these questions. And when you say, no, 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 that eliminates a whole chunk of.
So that sounds similar to what our initial determination of whether it's a low impact event or one that needs to go into the quarterly review process. I mean, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mallory, but that was envisioned to be a pretty objective, you're calling it a decision tree, something like that.
Yeah.
And so I think the intent at that stage is all the events which don't raise significant concerns would then go to this faster process.
It's slightly more complicated than that, and I only have one more point. It's slightly more complicated than that because instead of this one delineation between low impact and high impact or whatever, which I think is going to be a little hard to draw that line, there's a bunch of triggers that you definitely want to check off. Like if there's alcohol, that's a whole different thing than if there's no alcohol. And there may be other things that.
So this might be something that's internal to the special event committee reviews so that
Sure. But
okay.
it's in the application. So as an applicant, I can give you that information in a super straightforward black and white format. Are you killing live animals? No. Are you, like there's these questions. And so there's that part. But then the other big part that I just wanted to mention has to do with timing. So if you had said to me, you need to have alcohol specifically mentioned in your liability insurance, and I had to go find a policy and buy it, that could take a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I'm not sure how long that's going to take. And also dealing with the, what do we call them? DABS? Okay. DABs, the alcohol people, that can take a long time too. So there are these referrals or other things that you have to get, like to get our permit for Outer Bike, we had to show you our alcohol permit. And so that means that my permit's free floating in your universe, mushing around in there for a while, whereas you could say, we approve your permit contingent upon you receiving your alcohol permit. So then it's out of your process. It's my job to get, you've done your work on it, and it's my job to get you that alcohol permit and show it to you before you're physically going to give me my permit. So I guess what I'm trying to say with these things, people being late, I think part of the problem is if they're asked to go do something from some other entity, whether it's insurance or alcohol or whatever, if that thing hangs them up and now there's in the twilight zone in your system, that makes it harder also. So this decision tree is it would be very detailed, and it would seem like a non sequitur for the person filling it out. Like it might be kind of random stuff, but if you say, no, we're not killing live animals, I keep bringing that up, whatever. If you say no to these things, then that would get you off the hook. And then it really gets you down to what is it you really have to do to get this permit, get an alcohol permit and whatever, so.
Yeah, I think it would simplify the application itself, and I'm sure that that's being kind of reviewed in its formatting too. But I mean, right now it's kind of incumbent upon event organizers to say non-applicable, and that's their discretion,
The great news is one thing on the agenda that I'm hoping the commission will approve is a permit processing platform. And so they would build in all of those triggers. So if you're serving alcohol, you see that requirement. Here you go. Here's the link. Here's the process.
When it sets you down this track. And then it asks you another question, like, are you serving alcohol in a county building?
Yeah.
And then if you say, okay, great. Well, I am happy to help. I appreciate all of you serving, and I appreciate all the hard work everyone's doing on this category. And I just think that there is, I think, the chamber and the businesses are kind of freaked out right now, I would say, or really concerned about how this is going. And I think there's a really opportunity to just streamline it and be really clear. And I would love to help, go through the details of that decision tree, because I think the low impact, high impact thing could be really gnarly to draw that line. I mean, maybe there's a bunch of things that are just reservations and other things that are permits. But otherwise, you still have to go through the process to really understand what the event is doing and make sure they've told you that a little more easily. So anyway, thank you guys for all your work, and I'm happy to help.
Yes, and that is one thing. If this is approved, that I know we would love to have is we're not the experts, so hearing from folks who put on these events and doing trial run-throughs and
Well, we might have some best practices too when we get into the details that we've learned from other cities and towns that we've applied in.
Yeah.
Plagiarism is the best compliment.
Well, we call it field acquisition.
There we go. Okay, awesome.
My turn. Thank you. So that for any questions or thoughts.
So, well, I think we were talking about these deadlines that you highlighted on the screen, and it, my comment is, you should, I don't think commissioner's opinion on that is so important. It's more the people who are administering the program and the people who are applying. And then what I heard from the audience was that most people, 6 months is not a really burdensome requirement. And I could imagine there are, maybe events that are less commercial, but still somehow qualify in as event that where it might be nice to have the option of approving them more quickly. But anyway, I kind of defer to you guys on what's best there.
We can sort that out and come back with the narrowed down proposal on those deadlines. One deadline that I did not highlight that I would like to talk through is when the complete application for the events that would require your approval of the intent to apply. At that point, if you decide to approve the intent to apply with the commission, with the condition that it come back to all of you versus the committee being able to say this application's complete, it's meeting everything that's required. It's a very intensive committee, so it feels like it's important to have a complete application deadline in there, because if it has to come back to all of you, there is the scheduling and then making sure that they would have time to proceed. Do you all have any thoughts on a complete application, or?
Well, I think you alluded to like two distinct cases there. One is where we approve something, but they still need to get their alcohol permits or insurance and these fairly technical administrative matters. But I could also imagine an event that's where there's maybe some ambiguities in what they're proposing to do for the event, and we might improve it contingent on their plan, that they actually are able to do this without blocking any streets or something like that. Or so I think there might be some cases where we do want it to come to the commission rather than just have the committee check off. Does that make sense?
Yes. So if it had to come back to the commission, what would you all think about when you make that condition formal, saying in there when you'd like to see it come back? In a month, in 2 months, or is that leaving it too vague for all of you?
It might be nice just to have a standard, like you wrote, I think on the screen you have 60 days before the event. But just so we don't have to just discuss it afresh each time.
What are we thinking would trigger it coming back to the commission?
Well, because originally when it comes to the commission, it's just the intent to apply. So it could be a very vague, like high level thing. So if there is some motorcycle race that says, we're going to start in Colorado and end at Canyonlands, and we're like, oh, they got to cross 191 at some place. Like, what are they going to do? Like, we might have like more questions of like, what does this actually entail? Where are you going to be in the county? Like, and whether that comes back in a preliminary intent to apply form, or whether we like wait for them to complete the whole application and then say, no, we don't like that. So that was kind of one of my things with the step sheet, is like, what if when it comes in, we have questions about like a new event and what it's like, do they kind of like have an updated draft in the intent to apply, or is it kind of like we have to give them the nod or the shake at that point?
So if I'm understanding the question correctly, it goes to making the intent to apply a little more robust, hopefully not more burdensome, but adding in a few sections of give an event narrative, the quick and dirty, but then we also would like to know if there's a residential neighborhood impact.
Yeah.
Then please put in some kind of a plan, and by required, it could be not applicable. and say it came to all of you and you disagreed. And I'll say, I think the committee will be pretty good at catching everything at the end and can really lay into these things. But I feel like somewhere along those lines, if it was pretty high impact and they put a plan in there or they didn't, that left you all with significant questions or gaps. But I personally wouldn't anticipate that happening very often.
So maybe another way to address the same issue is if they submit their intent to apply early enough, then I think staff could look it over and they could say, hey, this section on this type of impact, is really thin. If you want to get approved, you maybe should add more detail here. And that kind of puts the burden on them. And then if we get an intent to apply that's too vague, I think that's the reason for denying it. But at least give them fair warning, especially if they haven't engaged with our process before.
So, Angie, did you have something you wanted to add real quick?
A lot of the questions that may come up with the newer is they don't have a lot of their itinerary lined out and firmed up. So one of the things as far as bringing it back is to have that itinerary. We're going to have this kind of entertainment. They're going to have this type of structures coming in. They're going to go to this time. They're going to be serving this type of food, this type of liquor, so on and so forth. That list could go on and on. But when the event first comes in, they have these big ideas and these big goals. And sometimes they get knocked down on that when they find out some of those things can't be accomplished, or maybe they're pulling them in from different areas. Sometimes when you have to pull in from Colorado, different permits that you have to get.
Do you want to come up and speak with the microphone, Angie, so people in the front can, or people on the on YouTube can?
You might want to just stay up here.
Right.
Because you're such an integral part of the process.
So sometimes with the newer events is they're not completely firmed up as far as their itinerary. So they come in with a game plan of we're going to do this, this, and this. But by the time they're to the end of the event, they have that lined out and confirmed. So it will be a more confirmed itinerary and schedule with what entertainment's coming in, time schedules, the actual days that's happening. Because it may be a 5-day event, but they don't know what they're doing on what day. So it would be confirming that up.
I was going to say, with the processing platform, if approved, in terms of the complete application, that they wouldn't start on unless the intent to apply was approved, they would not be able to submit the application as complete until everything is in there. And my thoughts with the alcohol piece, just so that that's not a big hang up, would be that conditional approval, but the requirement of a local consent being approved.
Sure.
Random.
I think the letter of intent or the application for intent they have a vision of what they want to do. So that letter of intent, it's not just like, hey, we're thinking of having a race from here to there. It has to be how many people, and there should be questions that should be structured. How many people?
Yeah, and that's what the draft is like. It does have detailed questions.
Okay, so that you have enough from that without a lot of staff homework, without the staff having to go back to them.
Right.
Okay. Well,
But even
We do already have this.
okay.
It just needs to be in for probably.
There could be a spot for more like vision, like a little bit of a paragraph that's just like describe.
Yeah,
the
you
event
could,
a little bit.
the narrative. I think that you should be able to design an application that gets you enough information that doesn't require the staff to go back and get all these details, but, because if there is, like, anyone who is doing an event, they know if they're gonna need police or not. Like, if we're gonna have to cross a major highway, we're gonna need police. So that's, will you need, there's ways to ask those questions.
And I think as event staff, we know that also.
Sure.
And I mean, that's
less
something
work
that
for you. You shouldn't have to pull it out of them or make them think of it. The application itself should make them think. Do you have, if you're gonna use a county building for alcohol, do you have alcohol in your liability?
Right.
It's like, ooh, I don't right now, but I could get that. Yes, I'll get it, kind of thing. Or
So So Mallory, at the beginning, you said you were going to try to steer this to kind of the top level decisions, and there would be details that would have to be worked out at the subsequent meetings. Are there any other top level things we haven't reached yet?
Well, I guess I would love just even a straw poll of if there's support for the quarterly reviews. And then the other I would want to put out, I think it's great to go through the intent to apply and some of the narratives, because there's a few added in, but with the question of coming to the commission when it's ready for the intent to apply to be reviewed, having this kind of mission or vision that it's not black and white at this point, but we would ask the commission to consider, I'm going to read this exactly. The commission shall take into consideration which event proposals provide the best overall benefit to the community based on the following: economic benefit to the community, variety, community well-being, minimal residential neighborhood impact, which would be traffic, noise, amplified sound, crowds, maybe air traffic, and then community participation and benefit, locally originated and sponsored, and just generally an event, a positive event track record. So I don't know if that ties in, but to me, that's kind of pieces that we would want to know. So we're making sure to capture that in the intent to apply.
Okay, so it sounds like you're proposing you wanted two different straw polls or the equivalent. One was on the structure of quarterly reviews. I don't want to be presumptuous as the chair. I want to call for a straw vote on that.
Sure, and let's outline the two straw polls. The first one was on the quarterly reviews, and the second you were looking for, Mallory.
Can I ask a quick question? Sorry, I just jumped in. But with the quarterly reviews, is somebody able to apply early and get assurance that they could hold their event before that?
Yeah, there's a provision for that. Yeah.
And that's spelled out, the time spelled out on, I think it's on one of the sheets we were given. Anyway.
And I'll send these and plug them into a cleaner.
Like they're able to apply previous or the earlier quarter?
Yes, we talked about putting that at 12 months right now.
But only for recurring events.
Yeah, at least, I mean, I would say either only the events that have been held before, or we anticipate very few exceptions to that rule.
Because the quarterly review is going to become obsolete if you're approving them all over.
Yeah,
There's no reason for it.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. All right, so I'll call a straw poll. How many of you think you'd be in favor of a quarterly review? I think it sounds good too.
And then what's the other, you listed some just overall criteria that we're supposed to take into account when making decisions on these non-low impact events. And you listed like 5 or 6 things. And so you also wanted a straw poll on that. So that was the question.
Yes, and something I didn't include that I can send out is we did come up with a philosophy and values tied to that. So that might be helpful. But yeah, I think in general, having those factors that it would be considered in doing the reviews would be good to know. Maybe that is something you'd rather see.
And I forgot, on that list, did you mention like locally sponsored or?
She did, yeah.
Okay, I didn't remember.
And you imagine that just kind of, if the new software is approved, that would just kind of be like a checkbox in that application and maybe a brief explanation or.
To determine whether something's local, is that you mean? Or?
Yeah, or beneficial to the community or the health and wellness or.
I think that those other ones are something like we or staff would determine, have some kind of worksheet on the pin. I don't think they rely on the applicants to say whether they're.
To prompt the applicants like, oh, is, would locals be interested in attending this, or is this a conference for dentists that are coming from all over?
Well, yeah, so I imagine they, in their event narrative, if they're,
I think if you stated those values at the top of the application, then those are the values that this is going to be looked at for. And then it's up to them to either approve, like dentists coming here for their convention is good for the community because a couple more women want to move here and that'll be good for everyone's teeth or something like that. And if they can't quite bridge to those values, then that's
No
something.
pun intended.
Yeah, right. Right, exactly.
So in what form would you like us to upload for that, Mallory? Just like us to state which are the most important.
Yes. I like putting it at the top of the application.
Right. Yeah, just so everyone is aware of where they're at.
And just maybe even wording of this isn't a black and white determination, but these are things you really want to think through as you go through this intent to apply and then that application.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're talking no more than half a dozen general points, right?
Yes, main values.
Values.
So there would be values listed at the top, is what you're saying, for one, just, 6 values that we'd be looking for.
That would be under consideration, right? As to that would speak to whether events would fall under more scrutiny, I guess.
Or when you're reviewing, just something to internally note of like, oh, I'm looking through these, yeah, I don't feel great about that. So it would have some flexibility, but it would give you the ability to think through a little more. And I'll say August, I think he's on, give me some amazing input on not being super rigid with you're in or you're out. And that's Park City, I want to say, tried to do something like this. And when they did a mock run through with explicit scoring to determine that you're in or out, they found that 2 of their most beloved events would have been ruled out. And that's where it's just thinking through these things and the general concept of it and balancing.
Well,
I don't know if that's helpful.
A great example is the dentist again, right? Let's say they realize they're not doing much for the local community and they say, we're going to do a trail work day as part of our conference or something like that. So maybe they score low on most of the values. They don't really fit into the box, but they realize that and they compensate. So you're using your judgment. I mean, that whole intent application is for you all to use your judgment and look at it and see if it.
Yeah, I agree that that's the point, right?
Yeah.
but I think one of the things that Mallory's asking about is when we're using our judgment, did the list she gave capture what we think are the most important things? I think it did. I think it's a really good, concise list that I can't think of anything that's missing. So.
Where's the list?
I'll send it out.
Okay, that'd be great.
Sorry, that's like,
Do you want to state it again, Mallory, too? But then we can.
yes.
And it sounds like we're pretty affirmative on that. Yes.
Well, let's hear it again.
Okay.
I'll hear it again.
Okay.
The commission shall take into consideration which event proposals provide the best overall benefit to the community based on the following factors: economic benefit to the community, variety, community well-being, minimal residential neighborhood impact, community participation and benefit, locally originated and sponsored, and event track record, compatible and responsible. Working out that. That's some field acquisition. Okay.
All right. Who'd be in favor of including that in the criteria?
Okay.
All right.
The last thing I would really like to hit on actually goes back to quarterly reviews and a question of implementation. Looking at the calendar, if the ordinance were to be approved at the next meeting, that would mean those events for April through June would need to have their intent to apply in by the 18th. And then what would be the vision for when a cutoff point is? Is it you've already submitted an intent to apply, you don't go through this process, or is it an immediate, you're in this quarter based on your event date, we need it on October 18th?
Which I think is doable as long as our staff is communicating now, and maybe they already have. So
I sent out a mass email today to everybody for the whole year. I sent an intent to apply, saying I need it yesterday.
Well,
I didn't say that, but
and it
I did
seems like
say ASAP.
in the next year, there will probably be a degree of leniency.
As people get used to the system.
Yeah, and also as like people get sort of communicated into the fold, because it does seem like there will be a little bit of a stutter as people catch up who maybe were not applying 8 months prior to their event.
But the ITA also, as envisioned, is not, it doesn't take a ton of time.
Right.
I've already received 4 back, and that was just, I think it was like a half-hour period. I've gotten 4 back. So hopefully it'll be doable. I'm being positive about it.
Right, and I'm even thinking of events that might be in the first 3 months of next year that maybe have not submitted their intent to apply yet. So will they be grandfathered in, assuming?
And maybe I didn't hit on that correctly. I was focusing on the wrong thing, but those events, what do we do with those? If we stick to the October 18th for the April through June events, would the first 3 months have the ability to say, okay, you aren't part of this process yet. We will work in how you will be processed, but know that next year you're going to have to submit in this quarter. Is that?
I think it does have to be kind of a transition, but I also think that especially for new events, I think it's okay to be a little strict. If I were running an event and wanted to hold it in Aspen, I wouldn't just expect that I would waltz through that. I think that's hard
for recurring events where the precedent has been a 120-day window that has not been very strictly enforced.
Okay.
I don't think we want to write an exception into it. I think if something comes up, then we can deal with it then. But if we kind of put some variance in place that says, oh, but here's the deadline, but here's the if you miss the deadline, here's the next deadline, then people are just gonna like.
We already have deadlines and we don't enforce them. And that's why it's a mess every single meeting, and we have to stop it.
So let's stick with the deadlines.
Yeah. Well, but I think just on that point, this intent to apply is like, do we want your event? Yes or no? Like, are we doing judgment? Yes, we want it. Now, go do all the hard work to get your ducks in a row. We've already initially said we've invited you to apply, and now, which is sort of implying that if you get your ducks in a row, if you get all your permits and all your insurance and do all those things that you're supposed to do, then it will be okay. So the difference is that instead of like doing all that work and still having all this uncertainty whether you're going to get a permit, you get the nod and then you follow through. So it's flipping it around. And the more of that sort of checkbox thing, it's not like, here, health department, read this whole permit and find something. Let's find out what they're looking for, and then ask specifically, are you going to be doing this thing that's going to bother the health department? That kind of thing. So I think the whole system would be a lot better and not so dependent on those outside sources that are what make people late.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And back to Mallory's summary. I'm thinking of like in wearing my other hat, I have an event at the end of January that I need to permit. Under the old system, my deadline would have been at the end of this month. Under the new system, that would have been in July. So I'm just making sure that people are fairly grandfathered in.
My proposal would be that they join our system, but that we go with the October 18th deadline and do strong communication. So we give them a 3-month extension because we've set a deadline that's already passed. But that
So
from
you're talking about for like the first quarter of next year.
yeah, but that
they're
they're still part of this process and we're just going with it. But we do strong communication to say you absolutely have to meet this extended deadline.
Well,
Steve has his hand up back there. You want to come up, Steve, if you have a question or a comment?
How about you, Kyle?
point you're talking about now, you don't have the process thoroughly vetted and gone through court, whatever you call it. How can you then ask people to start applying to that and require people to start submitting information to that when you don't even have your process ready? So that'd be one thing to consider. And then been talking about deadlines. Are there deadlines for the various committees and staff to process stuff? So if I apply today, do I have a guarantee that in 2 weeks, staff's gonna come back to me with step one? And then will the committee be required to process all the applications within 30 days or 60 days or 120? It seems like after that point, then it gets to the commission pretty quickly. But I've applied for stuff and I might wait a year to hear stuff because there's no deadlines for the staff.
We will have some right now. The intent to apply, it will be extended, but currently when that hits the special event committee, there's 5 business days for people to weigh in of, hey, I have a concern that this, is gonna violate this. And likewise, when it goes to the referral agencies, they have 5 business days and then it's assumed, all right, you didn't say anything unless you're very, very crucial to this. We're going to assume you don't object because of that holdup of herding cats. And
so the committees would meet via Zoom weekly or just email?
Well, there's the intent to apply that for all the others besides the low impact would come to the commission. And so whatever the packet deadline for that commission meeting would be the deadline for all the reviewing agencies. And then the applicant would know a day or two after the commission meeting, they could get a formal response that said, please continue with your application or whatever.
And I think those deadlines are important, but these are all micro details that we're still working out. We're really trying to focus on the macro picture. But it is going to specify that a failure for county staff to comply by a deadline is not an improvement. So, but we do have those deadlines already and we're continuing to improve them. And Mallory started with this step flow chart and that included a lot of those deadlines.
that was last night at 11 p.m. So don't judge me for typos.
So kind of a long-term question. If you get a special event coordinator hired and you get the software, and you get the system, so it's a tree. At some point, can you get rid of the committee and just have it automatic all the way to the council?
Well, the committee tends to be made up of a lot of these other agencies, the health department.
In the tree, right?
Yeah.
It automatically goes to the health department and the police.
I don't know if you could get rid of the committee, but you
Right.
could certainly make it a lot more black and white and efficient for them to find what they're looking for. Instead of having to read someone's whole application or whatever, there would be these things.
Yeah.
Oh, this one.
Porta potties, check.
Yeah, or this one's has livestock involved or whatever the trigger is that they have to manage. If you're the health department, or whatever bothers the fire department, what bothers them? Permanent structures, not tents. Are you gonna have a tent? Yes. Are you gonna have any permanent structures? No, or whatever. So whatever that way it would be faster for it to be processed because that information would be right there.
Right, yeah.
And just to make a comment, it's not about bothering them, it's about notifying them.
Right.
Our special services are so overwhelmed right now, they need to be notified of what events are going on when, and just what's at those special events.
Sure.
Just because if this one's way over here, they need to know that they have 5 people over here on bikes, and they need to know way over here, they have 1,000 people with livestock going on. Just to know what's going on in our county, that's one of the main reasons for the referral agency or the special event committee per se. It's a piece of all of those departments just to notify them and to let them know, whether it's the building department of stages or bleachers for inspection reasons. It's an important detail.
So I just wanted to make clear in response to some of the things that Steve and Ashley just said, but we are envisioning kind of this bifurcated process where a lot of events, the low impact events, they're going to be handled only by a committee, and that's just a matter of making, rough boxes checked. But the events which are not low impact are going to come before the commission in these quarterly meetings, and then we're going to be making judgments about which of them should get the go-ahead based on the criteria that Mallory read a while ago. So that's certainly not something a computer program or software would do. I mean, that's a kind of judgment call that we make to try to find the mix of the larger special events, which we think is best for the community.
But after you've said, yes, we would like you to apply for a permit, then it gets to be a little more linear so that it's less time and less time on the.
Okay, sure, thanks.
That's the challenge we have right now.
Like the return on investment, everybody's time.
Well, yeah, it's just.
I think we have about 10 minutes left, so I just want to let Mallory give her an opportunity to button everything up. And yeah.
My last thing, I came up with that idea for the events that would have just missed the deadline and going on October 18th. I personally really like that. I don't know if you all would be prepared to take a straw poll so we know we should send it out and ask people, or if we should.
So what's the proposal is that people who can apply by the October 18th are under the new system of deadlines and
Quarter 1 and quarter 2.
For quarter 1 and quarter 2. So that they can,
I see. Just
These events
next year,
January through March would have missed their application deadline.
So all events that'll take place between January and the end of June would be.
Yeah.
October 18th, and then after that, you're.
Okay, so that's the transition plan. We allow one batch of, the first batch of quarterly things can happen 3 months later. Okay.
Yeah. Sure, I'll call for a straw poll. How many folks like that idea? Yeah. I think it makes sense. All right.
And I'm still a little unclear if we give them the nod to, yes, please apply, and then they submit an application. Are all of those going to come back to the commission, or some of them just going to kind of like, are any of them going to come back to the commission?
I would not honestly envision at this point you all would require them to come back. We just want to make sure you have that opportunity.
We're not planning to codify any triggers or requirements to do so. So it's entirely on you guys.
Okay.
Is what I think we're envisioning.
Yeah. Like if we wanted to see a specific, we could request, like, we'd like to review this again before we give approval.
Yeah, okay.
So I have one more kind of big picture straw poll question. So I'm imagining in these quarterly reviews, we're going to have some idea of what our capacity is for large events in a given month. Like, obviously we don't want two very large events to happen exactly the same weekend. I think we probably don't want every single weekend to have a large special event. So I'm envisioning that part of this process is getting, one, figuring out what our historical level of large and medium-sized events has been in recent months. And I think staff has been getting some of that information together. But also just, that's something that's going to inform our process, that, that we have limited capacity. And so these events are competing against each other. Does that sound reasonable to people?
Making that, so looking at the history of how the events have played out in the last year or whatever, and then using that to inform our decisions on the events going forward.
Yeah.
So that we have something to justify to say there's too much going on.
Yeah, I think we need to and we could try to make a more technical determination of that. I mean, maybe we'll find other communities that have done some kind of capacity question, but I mean, I don't think we just want to, keep improving events until every single weekend is full.
Yeah. I'd love to see some historical context for sure.
I think Telluride or somebody has like every other weekend.
Telluride is every weekend except for the nothing.
I think Hermosa and Miami Beach have no weekends of just automatically. Once a month.
Yeah, so I'm not proposing any
Right.
details, but that
Whether
we
or
should-
not we want to use, yeah.
Yeah, as
okay.
we're filling in the details of this, one of the things we should work toward is some idea of what our capacity
Right.
for events is.
Well, especially around like the highest impact events of having a definite idea of like, we only want one of these per, you know, yeah, I think it's a really good idea to have an idea of a cap.
And we could start pulling that all together now, I think in the format that you all would like, and then ideally go to phase two, potentially of looking at what's happened the past few months, what's working. Do we want to tweak this and put something in place for a little more criteria? How many events?
Right. I'll call first, or I'll pull on Kevin's proposal. Who's in favor of that, looking at the historical context and using that as criteria for future special events?
Plus,
Yeah.
studying some other communities that have a lot of events. I would like some,
I think that's a good idea too,
you know,
Mary.
some,
Right. Yeah.
you know,
Well,
some.
because per the Telluride model, you know, they always have like their one banner that's advertising like the one main event. And there is a benefit for a community to kind of rally around like, this is our main event this weekend. And rather than just having a bunch of stuff that nobody's aware of locally that we can't really tie to, you know, the community identity in any way. So I can see a benefit.
It makes sense to me, especially if we approve a special events coordinator, that they would do some of that compiling and get a sense of what has been happening and pick up
Just
that
pay
work.
somebody to do all this.
It's gonna be, the trigger is gonna be more than size, of course, but do y'all have a consensus on what, in terms of just pure attendees, what you consider big versus medium? I mean, is that 250 a day? Is that 500? Is that 1,000? Do you want to see the historical context first?
It gets tricky to me too, but when it's, because like there might be an event that doesn't have a lot of participants but closes a road, and that will be more impactful. There could be an event that attracts a lot of locals, so that's not necessarily impacting hotels in downtown, but it has a lot of attendees. I think
So
part of
not considering all the other things, but just considering attendees.
So-
That's gonna be one of
So
those
to make sure I'm understanding so this is the question of what constitutes a low impact event, and it's going to be, well, if it closes a street, it's not low impact. If it,
Correct,
you know,
that's on
it
the
creates a huge amount of noise, it's not low impact. But one of the things, if it's got more than X number of people,
Yes.
I think that goes to the historical data, because it's hard, I'm not familiar with different.
I'd love to
events
see the historical data.
And there,
I think that'd make a big difference for me.
with their participant numbers, like I can picture what car show weekend looks like, but I can't rattle off the top of my head how many participants there are.
Absolutely. Right.
It's my opinion that like 300 or
And-
something would be.
Yeah, and then a future thing is, has there been any talk with the city about coordinating with their permitting? Okay,
a little bit.
we got 2 minutes, let's hear it. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, but that's tricky.
Yeah,
That'd be a phase 8.
I'd like to take a quick break before the meeting. So Mallory, do you have anything else you'd like to share on the special events?
Thank you for your work. Thank you
Yes.
for
Yeah,
the
great job.
Yes, a lot of work.
Good work, good work.
All right, I'll adjourn this workshop and we will reconvene in, looks like 7 minutes. Thanks, everybody. All right, everybody, I'm going to call to order this regular meeting of the Grand County Commission, September 20th. It's just after 4 o'clock. Present are Kevin Walker, Evan Clapper, Commissioners Josie Kovash, Trish Hedin, Sarah Stock, Mary McGann, and myself, Jacques Hadler. And actually, I admit this is not the regular commission meeting. This is the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District meeting. And I also believe this, my memory might not be right, but this might be the first time that we've had all 7 of us live in the chambers since I've been a commissioner. So that's a remarkable meeting. We will start with citizens to be heard. And again, this is citizens to be heard for the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. So if you're here to be heard for the regular commission, then just wait for 5 minutes and we'll get to you. Any citizens to be heard on Thompson? Seeing none, we will move to the approval of minutes for the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the August 16th, 2022 meeting.
Thanks, Trish. Anyone care to second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion on the table by Commissioner Hedin and a second by Commissioner McGann. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Passes 6-0 with Commissioner Clapper absent. On to ratification of payment of bills. Thompson Fire Bill Approval Report, and I don't have that number in front of me, so if someone wants to include that in a motion, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the Thompson Springs Fire District bills, total payroll in the amount of $1,646.88. Other bills in the amount of $155.56 for a total approval of $1,802.44.
Thanks, Trish. All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Hedin and a second by Commissioner Stock. Discussion on the bills. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously. On to the fire chief's report. And I see that Chief Markham is on Zoom, I believe.
Yeah, I'm here.
But I thought I saw Chief Markham on there a second ago.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We're hearing, somebody needs to mute on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Mark, are you muted?
I'm not on mute, but I don't see my my video going either. So I don't know. It might be something with my computer, but I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sorry, Mark, we can't hear you right now. So we're trying to get it sorted.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear us, Mark?
Yes.
They can hear him online, we can't hear him here.
Can we see if it's just Mark or if it's anyone else?
They said they can hear him online.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Quinn, do you want to unmute and see if we can hear you? We'll see if it doesn't. We can still.
Testing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So it might just be Mark's, or they can hear him. Though.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, we got you. All right, Mark, you can go ahead with your report.
Okay, I'm not seeing any video, but that's all right. So yeah, incidents. We had 9 incidents in the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District response area in the last month. 3 motor vehicle accidents, 2 vehicle fires, and 4 medical calls. I'm still working on solving the issue of my 1 truck that's down, so it's a work in progress. Unfortunately, the 2 volunteers I had since last January are no longer with the department. One has relocated and the other one is in the process of relocating. Currently working on the 2023 budget, and I took place in the interagency 9/11 Tower Challenge at the Grant County High School with other first responders. And that's all I have.
All right, thanks, Mark. So does that mean that you don't have any volunteers out there right now? It's just yourself?
Yep.
Any potential folks out there?
Nope. I mean, I'm always trying to recruit, and so I actually put up some signs for there's a wildland fire school that's going to be going on in October, so maybe we'll get some takers for that. But I'm always looking. So
great. I hope you're soon successful.
Thank you.
And thank you. Thanks for all the good work out there, Mark.
You're welcome.
It doesn't look like we have any new or old business. So unless anyone has anything else to add to Thompson, I will adjourn the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District meeting. And I will open the regular meeting of the Grand County Commission, September 20th. All commissioners present, as well as Commission Administrator Mallory Nassau, Associate Administrator Quinn Hall, and County Attorney Christina Sloan, as well as our clerk, Gabe Wojtek. All stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I will now call forward any citizens to be heard for the regular commission meeting. If anyone would like to come forward and make comment, please come forward and sit at the table. And I'm Melissa.
Just want to say just a quick things. My name is Melissa Stock. I want to say thank you so much to the commissioners, Renee and Grand County. So a few weeks ago, I finished my MBA program and I was awarded with my master's degree. So this is something special for me because I never thought that I would go back to the university. But I was able to do this thanks to the county education policy, the support of my co-workers and my boss. And I'm very grateful, really, really grateful to have found a career that allowed me to study, travel, help the community, and live in this amazing town. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'm so happy to do that.
Thanks, Melissa, and congratulations.
So exciting. From my university, so you guys want to pass it around?
Great. Thanks. Do we have another citizen to be heard in the chambers? Would anyone, go ahead, Janie, come on. Yep.
Okay, we're back to finding Doreen O'Connell a home. She owns the bottom trailer. And the reason it wasn't lived in is because it's on a septic tank. So if we connect it to the sewer, which her trailer's no longer going to be using, she has a home. Is that all right with you?
I am not the one to make that decision for you.
Because there's no FEMA trailer. There's no other trailer. The trailer we were looking for her got sold because we couldn't find the funds. So she owns a trailer. She owns a home. I just want to get her back in it.
Yeah.
That would be the building department.
Right, yeah. You would have to go through Bill Holson, the building department on that. I unfortunately can't make that call for you right now at all. Or none of us up here can do that.
Okay. Well, just know, I mean, that's, she does, she has a home, so if she can just get back in a home she owns, it'd be great.
Yeah.
Be the best thing to do.
And please keep us,
yeah.
I was gonna say, please keep us informed about how that's going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else in the chambers would like to come forward and make comment? Or do we have anyone on Zoom who is here for a citizen to be heard? Looks like Crystal Music has her hand raised on Zoom. Go ahead and unmute, Crystal. You can make your comment. Or Crystal, are you here for comment?
Can you hear me?
Just.
Perhaps undo your video.
Hello, can you hear me?
Barely. Do you have your video on? If you cancel your video, a lot of the times the audio is more clear. It's. Yeah. We can't hear you, Crystal, if you are trying to comment. Okay.
Can you see what the chat is?
Yeah. Okay. Is there anyone else on Zoom who'd like to make a comment, maybe while Crystal sorts herself out? There's chat. Try speaking one more time, Crystal. Make sure you're unmuted.
Hello.
All right, that's a little better.
Hi there, my name's Crystal. I 13, I could rent a room.
Crystal, you're breaking up enough that we can't hear what you're saying. Maybe we have another citizens to be heard at 6 o'clock. If you wanna try to get your audio sorted and tune in, then you can also call in. There's a on the agenda. There's a number to call as well, and we can put that in the chat for you too. Are there any more citizens to be heard? All right, it looks like not, so we will proceed to our presentations. And our first presentation is Ben Riley with the Housing Authority of Southeast Utah. And you can come forward, Ben.
Thanks, Chuck. Well, thanks for having me another year. Looking at another exciting year at HASU. I'll kind of start with some of the, albeit important, but maybe less dry items that we have going on at Housing Authority and save some of the exciting things for the end. First, talked about our financials and our budget. We're still looking really good. Our balance sheet continues to improve, mainly through being able to do these LIHTC projects that I'll talk about here in a little bit, being able to get grants from the county, which I'll talk about in a little bit, and loan those to the projects, get that money back. So our balance sheet's continuing to do really well because of that. We're also becoming more diversified, much less self-help centric, which we've been in the last couple decades, but in the last year doing maps in Wingate Village and those things have brought in a lot of unrestricted funds. So overall, our finances and our budget for this year look really well. So that's great news. We've been able to hire more staff. We've had a lot of turnover this year, staff turnover this year, but fully staffed now and kind of firing on all cylinders. So that's great news. Section 8, our housing choice voucher, because we've had great people in our positions, we are fully leased up. I think when I spoke last year, we had 40 some vouchers and we're up to 55. Right now, our waiting list is absolutely zero. So if anybody knows of people that are looking for rental assistance, we can basically hand it out that same month. Unfortunately, the problem with the voucher is people being able to find a place that meets the voucher standards and the payment standards and things like that. We're essentially leasing up our own projects and maps in Newgate with our voucher holders because those are the only places in town that there's just not a lot of market rentals in the town. And the ones that are there, you know, you've seen them $2,500 to $3,000 for a house. So can't use a voucher there, unfortunately. So yeah, trying to create more supply. So we'll get to that in a second. First time I'm reporting with doing the high density housing overlay. We're continuing to monitor. I think we're monitoring 4 different developments right now. Peakview, I think, is a big one. Murphy Flats is a big one that they're doing some pre-leasing. So not exactly what we thought we would be doing with the HHO, but we've found that realtors are wanting to make sure that are qualified. We initially thought that we'd be qualifying people when they go to buy their house, like at the closing table or just prior to. But we're finding that a lot of realtors, especially in Murphy Flats, are wanting to have these repsies out for a length of time, and they want to make sure that they're registered. So we're doing a pre-qualification, and then another full qualification when they get to close on their home. So I'd say those are the two that we're working on. We're seeing a lot of applications come for the HHO, but we also have our pulse on a few other ones: Peakview, Viewgate, Murphy Flats, Desert Soul. So the one issue that we are finding is that we still don't have anything on the deed that is really upfront and in their face to the title company when they go to close. I think we still want to work with you, Christina, and the P&Z department to try to figure out a way to have this HDHO notice slapped them in the face when they run the prelim. So we're kind of having to hunt these down as a case-by-case basis, which is okay right now because there's only 40 or so households out there. There's not a ton of finished homes. But once we get to when Peakview is up to us 100 and so units, we'll want to make sure that we get something a little bit of a request for notice or something like that.
We did send one letter to the title companies and the Realtor Association, but it's probably worth us doing every year. So we did that once and we're one and done, and we should just keep doing it.
Yeah, and I think that the education part is super important, but I think that maybe also for future developments, we might want to put a request for notice on there, like a second lien holder notice that very much comes up on the preliminary title report, that because right now there is a note on the plat that comes in the exceptions in the preliminary title report, but it's kind of buried. So the title companies are just not catching them yet. So we're kind of having to chase these down. But a request for notice would be like a second lien holder that obviously gets notified when something goes into foreclosure or something like that. Anyway, I would like to maybe work with you on that to try to get that. I think that's the last little kink. We are working with the Economic Development Department to look into software to help us monitor the HDHO and some of our other deed restriction programs that we're trying to initiate. So got that going, which is great. Crown rent homes and to own homes are always full. We are doing a sale for our 4 in Monticello and Blanding. The good news with that is that at the end of the 15 years, when the homes come up to sale to the owner, the owners get the renters that have been in the home for 15 years get to buy the home for a very reduced price. Their rent is paying down the mortgage. So they get to be a homeowner, but also HASU and the Grand County community get a good chunk of money that we get to reinvest and work on new projects. So we're looking at projects at Arroyo Crossing. There's some sites at Arroyo Crossing that are going to need some infrastructure to do more single family homes there. Looking at doing more rent to own homes there. So we're looking forward to having a good chunk of money to be able to maybe do some more infrastructure on some of those lots at Arroyo that have not been able to be developed yet because there still needs some infrastructure money. So Virginia Apartments, all full. We did do a rent increase there this year, which has been very beneficial to us. Families only pay 30% of their income towards rent, so that doesn't actually affect them. It's just more money that we get from USDA, so no one's going to say no to that. So that's been helpful. We did have some flood, I wouldn't say damage, but we are still working on some cleanup there, hopefully this week, and cross our fingers that we're not getting any more floods today and tomorrow.
Was anyone displaced in that flooding at all from the Virginia?
No, we had no real permanent damage. It's just our parking lot was a mess. Right. We definitely have some drainage issues at the Virginia. At the very back of the parking lot, we get a big pool, and it's been that way for 30 years, I think. So somewhere down the line of my endless list of projects, I think one of my hopes is that we can do a whole renovation of that whole project, add some units, things like that, and do a whole overhaul, add more units and things like that. So that's kind of on the 5-year plan, I would say. So we now have 3 affordable apartment complexes that we've done over the last year. I'm sure you're all aware of MAPS, Wingate Village, Cinema Court. Those are the 3 apartments that we own, and we contract that out to sellers. Those continue to run fairly well, cash flow fairly well. Super long waiting lists if you look through my report. So we will hopefully, and not even hopefully, we'll continue to build more of those. I'll get to that in just a second. But those have continued to be pretty well managed and run pretty well. Our self-help program, we're in our 10th, we're just finishing up our 10th grant, looking at our 11th grant. We're finishing 9 homes at Arroyo. We'll be having an open house towards the end of October. So if anyone, I encourage you to come take a look at those. I did add a couple pictures of some of our homes at the end of the packet. You can see the purple house, and pretty much all the 2-story homes are ours, and then you see ours are the 1-story is kind of in the back right, I guess. Then you can kind of tell which ones are ours because of the 2-story homes. But we're looking to close on our next 10. That's kind of what we're in the trenches with right now, getting our next 10 along with our next grant going for another 20 homes. So we know that we'll be doing our next at least 10 self-help homes at Arroyo Crossing. After that, we'll kind of engage with Mackerel to see how many self-help lots they have left and maybe use some of this infrastructure money I talked about with the Crown to do some townhomes, things like that. So kind of lastly, I think probably the most exciting news is that we were awarded tax credits for Skyline Arch, our newest affordable housing project. I added some pictures of the site plan and some kind of very initial conceptual designs and site plan designs. Very conceptual at this point, but yeah, that will be 32 units, all 60% AMI and below. That will help fulfill some of Grand County's deed restricted units at Arroyo Crossing that were supposed to be 80% below. So we just got awarded that in September. So we're now just ordering all of our studies, but that's super exciting news, you know, on a $15 million project that will provide $12 million of that money in free money that'll be paid by an equity investor. So obviously that's a huge exciting news. So
yeah, that's fantastic, Ben. That's great.
So we'll continue to build more low-income apartments, affordable apartments. And I also want to give a shout out to Grand County. I mean, I think one of the reasons of many that we were able to get that money is the Grand County, the $300,000 grant that through the Economic Development Department. We were used to leverage that. Anytime we can go into a project like that with money, 300,000 is not a short amount of money. So anytime we can leverage those money and you go into an application with money already in hand, that helps our chances a lot. So that 300,000 from the economic development part was great. It's funding all of our pre-development expenses, which helps us, you know, do more projects. So thank you for that. And, thanks for Ben and August for that money. So yeah, that's all I have. Unless anyone has any questions, like I said, I have some pretty pictures, some site plans, and conceptual designs, but we'll take any questions.
Yeah, awesome. Great work, Ben. Thank you. Anyone have a comment or a question for Ben?
I just can't thank you enough for your hard work and everything you do. You know, we know how badly it's needed, and whatever we can do for you, we'll keep doing it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good news that you're fully staffed.
Yeah.
That has been
It's been a
long
rough year,
time
I must
coming.
say. We've lost, so we run on a staff of 7 to 8, and we've had a turnover of 4 of those. So that's half our staff at any one given time. So.
Yep, glad to hear you're back full. Okay. All right, thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
We will move on to our next presentation, and that is Moab Community Resource Center overview and updates. And we have Pamela Akini, AmeriCorps Vista volunteer, and folks from the Moab Free Health Clinic, Grand County and Moab City.
Well, hi guys, I'm Pam. I'm the AmeriCorps Vista volunteer that has agreed to help with this. I don't do anything without a team, and I want to start first by saying thank you for being on the team. So you guys have supported this project from the beginning, this Community Resource Center. I know everybody's smiling. If you'll notice, I am covered in dust. We started demo 8 days ago, and we are building walls. So hold on, Nellie. January 1st, we plan to be opening the first of the buildings, which will be here with the Southeast Utah Health Department. We have Brady from Price has come down, so you can, if you have questions, the real people can answer them. And then, of course, y'all know Orion and Danette and Doug, the executive director from the Moab Free Clinic. And then, of course, there's Kate. And if you don't know Kate, you should, because she's helping us string together enough to be able to do all of this work. So what I think in our 10 minutes, if I don't talk it all out, Kate wants to do a quick review for those of you that don't remember what we're doing. And then I will, in my big voice, let you know all of the things that are coming up.
Yeah, if you just want to, mute on the computer.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. We good?
Well, I'm just going to give everyone a refresher about the Moab Free Health Clinic. So the Moab Free Health Clinic is a nonprofit organization established in February 2008 to ensure that all members of the Moab community are able to access healthcare regardless of race, religion, age, gender, healthcare coverage, or financial need. We serve those uninsured and underinsured. And I'm just going to speed through this because the most exciting part is our growth to this new campus. But for 2022, we're projected to serve more than 10% of Grand County's population and have about 2,750 visits. By 2024, we're hoping to get this to above 3,000 visits and 1,400 unique patients. These are our services. So you can see we're expanding, we're increasing the modalities we have so we can be truly a medical home for our patients. And this is just the beginning of our collaborations. This is just the clinic. So I'm gonna go on to Pam and she's gonna tell you more about our collaborations that are just gonna increase with the Moab Community Resource Center.
And you'll notice you're not on there yet, so I need some help to find out where we're going to place the county. Maybe it's that umbrella over the top that kind of keeps the rain out, right? We also want to recognize the health department, who serves 75 to 80% of our population. And when we're talking about our population, we're talking about people who are working in hospitality, they're doing the restaurants, who are you know, the engine of this tourism and this creatives art industry that we have in Moab, and many of them don't have, you know, a lot of resources. So we're excited to talk about the Moab Resource Center, which is in the old USU campus. So there are currently 3 buildings, and we hope to have 5 by the time, hopefully by the time I leave. So the first building is what we're calling the health building, and that's going to be the free clinic and the health department. So you can come, you can go get your vaccinations, because we'll be there. We're going to have a playground for the kids. You can come in and get your free medical advice. Booster shots. The health equity will be there if you need a free car seat. All of those things will be right there. And then you'll turn and you'll look just west and you'll see the community building. And this building, we hope, Trisha's going to be in our new building, or Arches is going to be in our new building. We'll be opening the 1st of February. So we're on a really tight time schedule. So keep your, prayers coming. And this building is going to be the community place for people that need to connect, right? So we've got Arches Education, we've got the Tribe, we've got Active Reentry. We're hoping, if anybody's on budget committee, that we will have a teen library center for those teens that aren't connected with the community, so they have their own space. We're also talking about bringing arts and maybe having sections where people can have storefront arts, because we have so many creative artists in our community. And we will be inviting, if you're interested, give me a jingle, because we're going to talk about steering committees and visions and things like that. The environmental building is where USGS is right now. So imagine, if you will, the environmental part of the public health service building, which is a different client, right? But we also know we have so many people that thrive on the energy of the environment in our community. So you can go in and talk to Rim, or maybe the bird organizations in there, but all of those things in that kind of energy. How am I doing on time? We have 2 more slots. The one we're working on next will be the big cement pad that's in the flood zone. So if you know Chuck, have him call me. Our hope would be to have an open air market, a temporary open air market, and actually build 2 levels of temporary housing on the top of it. And when I talk about temporary, I heard a rumor that there was a police officer that was hired with this, probably with the city, and they can't get people here because there's no place to temporarily put people for that 6 months or that 2 weeks, or that when we lose Dr. Bowser, when he finally retires, we're going to be, we're going to be working on volunteer doctors that we can't get here because we have no place to put them. So the hope is to do some of this temporary housing there. And then lastly, we're hoping to have a child care center over in the corner so that we can take care of that. The last piece, we're talking about what is whole health looks like. You've got to be able to have a job. You've got to be able to take care of your kids, all of these things. So I could go on and on. I'm very passionate about the project. I want to thank Mary for inviting me today. We met at Rotary a few weeks ago. Questions? Yes, what did I miss?
Well, I'll just show you. So
okay,
really help us get from this. This is the old USU Moab campus. Well, then we got some demo. We got some demo.
8 days ago.
But now we're going to the place is gutted right now, and we're going to this.
We will have, what that looks like is 8 exam rooms, including a vaccination room and a wellness room for children. It includes 2 dental bays, because we know dental. It includes a vision suite, because right now we do vision once a quarter. We're hoping that maybe we can do vision. All the things that we struggle with our insurance. So maybe you do have a little bit of insurance, but do you have dental? Right? Or do you have vision? So really trying to look at those gaps. What else am I missing in that building? We have taken out the fronts and the back, so it's got tons of natural light in it. So it's more of a whole health kind of feel. If you were ever in there before, it was kind of like going into prison. So a beautiful building for a college, but we're really talking about a whole health community resource center. So that's what that looks like if you don't like floor plans.
Yeah, and we're trying to synergize our efforts with the health department. As you see, there's a hallway through the middle of this floor plan. And we're going to get the health department people on medical reserves, and we're gonna deem their medical people through the free health clinic. So we can hopefully go back and forth and
share resources,
amplify our efforts.
Any questions?
Any questions, comments?
Exciting. No, I think it's so exciting. I was telling these guys a bajillion years ago, Rihanna said this is what needed to happen. It's just so cool to see it come to fruition. Thank you guys so much.
Come anytime and visit. I love to do the tour things.
Yeah, we'll send out a formal invitation.
That'd be great.
Would you guys like to all come together one time?
We would love to.
Good luck. This is the first time we've been together. It's like, good luck with that.
Cats, we saw it. Yeah, we'll send out an invite.
Hey, Gabe, are you proud that I'm still using that Arches Education graphic? Gabe designed that a bajillion years ago. He was my first Vista. I don't even know how long ago. Long time ago.
Well, the free health clinic second Vista is now a doctor who volunteers at the clinic.
That's so cool.
That's great.
Oh,
That's
Vistas
very cool.
are,
Yeah.
are
We grow our
lifelong.
own here.
Yes, we do.
All right. Yeah, well, thank you so much. Yeah,
Expect those invitations.
we will.
Thank you.
All right, now we are up to department reports, and we'll start with IT and Matt Sinaceros. Howdy, Matt.
Hello, everybody. How are you today?
Very well.
Good. So I promise to try to keep it quick. I'm not going to do a fancy PowerPoint presentation. I'm an IT guy. I should give you something flashy and otherwise, but I don't. I come up here with just pieces of paper. But this is in your packet too. There's lots of words and stuff on it about what I do here. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to talk to you about it. But as a precursor to reviewing this really quick, apparently today, ironically, is National IT Appreciation Day. Like, I appreciate your IT guy. So very
You didn't just make that up, did you, Matt?
I really didn't make it up. You can look it up, nationalday.com. IT
I'm sure you
Professional
got a
Day.
great present from the county for that.
I'm sure I did, yes. But no, it's been an interesting year. COVID's, changed everything kind of on its head. We've had to make some changes and things over the years. It's been interesting. I mean, you guys are front and center having to do all this stuff remotely, and so it's cool being able to see all you guys back here in the office again, and participating remotely and everything. And as you saw that President Biden said that COVID's over, right? Not officially, but no, it's good to see that the world's progressing. But with COVID and with all of that, it's certainly increased a lot of security, cybersecurity, and the threat that presents to not only our own organization, but to the state of Utah and otherwise. And so there's a lot of push and a lot of upgrades and things that need to be done, not only locally here, but all across the board with Utah. I'm participating with the state of Utah on their cybersecurity commission. I'm a voting member on there because I'm the president for the IT directors group for UAC. And I've attended a few of their meetings. It's a good task force. It was created out of House Bill 280, if you saw it at all. Got lots of techie words and things of fun nature, but basically says that they want to put groups together in subcommittees that will provide recommendations to better secure or to better improve the security posture of not only the state, but also all of the political subdivisions of the state, and which includes us, as you know, and cities and towns as well too. And so, having a rural voice on that committee, I think serves very well to that. But there's a lot of things that need to be done, and I'm working proactively towards doing those things. Specifically, when we start talking about security and some of these later pieces about talking about improving network and working towards it's called a zero trust network architecture. Without getting really nitty gritty, it has several different components, and it's not something you can just go buy off a shelf, right? It's just kind of a set of standards and best practices that all work together. But part of that is active monitoring and logging, which are kind of specialized services and things. So you'll see some requests from me coming out at budget time to leverage resources that are out there that do real-time monitoring and whatnot. I've put a bunch of pieces in place too that have been provided again with COVID, and the state of Utah. They provided a bunch of money. For instance, we put an Albert sensor in. What that is, it's physically a great big server, but it actively monitors all of the traffic that comes in and out of the network here, and it goes real time to it's called an ISOC. It's an information sharing and operations center. And they go through and they can analyze logs in real time and be able to tell what's malicious, what's not, where traffic's going. They send alerts real time. I've come down here after hours. There's a few people that know that I've come down here after hours and popped in their office, and they're diligent employees and working away. And but it's there's this threat landscape's everywhere. And you here today, I guarantee you have one if not multiple accounts online. Things are being spoofed and pushed against you all the time. Things that look very, very legitimate. Please don't fall for them. Exercise, a good amount of precaution and skepticism as you browse around online. Our organization here with being county, obviously we've attracted some attention in years past for various events, many not in our control, obviously. But your names are definitely targeted out there. Looking at all of you here at this table, including all of our other elected officials, you guys are absolutely being targeted if you haven't already. You know, I know many people sitting here have sent me stuff like, hey, you know, and it's not very hard to find out who you are. You know, you guys are listed on our website as commissioners and otherwise. And so we are working towards that, but having that frontline defense and having everybody, you know, skeptically be working out there is a big help, and it's definitely frontline defense that helps with that security posture. Anyway, like I said, I could go out in the weeds in any direction you choose. I take care of a lot of different things here at the county. It's great to have a staff again. We've got Kenny Gordon. He's been the IT tech here at the county. He's been here since April. I'm sure you've seen him around the office. He's been a great asset to have in here. We've been turning out computers and getting stuff set up, and still got a bunch of upgrades and things to do, and some more things to purchase. Upgrades, meetings and upgrades. But like I said, I throw it all out there, and I'd rather do it that way rather than try to give you a big long presentation about this, that, or the third. But like I said, I'm open to any questions or comments you have on any particular area of whatever it is that I cover, or if you'd like to go into whatever you want.
A couple of years ago, we had those mini trainings.
Yes,
that
you'll get
came
more
out.
of those.
Well, okay, good, because
Yes.
I found those incredibly helpful.
Did you?
Oh, yes, they saved me a couple of times when
Absolutely.
I went, like I look up and notice that those trainings, I don't know, they're great. If you get them in your, you'll get them from Matt.
Yeah, you'll get them. They come from a company called Know Before, B4, KNOWBE4. And that's something that we do pay for. It's a contracted services that does security awareness training. I also send out spoofing emails and checks and other stuff in that regard too. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that did come and help to you.
And then you have after you take the training, there's this little test
So
to make sure you've learned what they feel is important to learn, and they're very valuable.
Good. Yeah, no, those will actually be coming out here pretty soon. Glad you brought that up. Thank you.
All right, Kevin.
Yeah, it's sort of not a very sophisticated question, but you know, these sort of ransomware attacks are in the news quite a bit. And if heaven forbid, you know, someone did manage to lock up all the county computers, I'm assuming we have lots of backups, and
We've got lots of backups, and we paid dearly for it.
Okay.
Yes, and now backups are, again, I can go out in the weeds and a bunch of different things, but with backups, we use an appliance-based backup. A lot of the servers, like critical servers, on-premise servers, are all virtualized. Not that it means anything, but I back up those virtual environments so I can pop them back up very quickly. But those replicate to a physical appliance, and then the storage itself is redundant on top of itself. And then that's replicated between two different physical sites as well. But then the backup is appliance based, and then that's also replicated to the cloud every night too.
So you think it's very, very unlikely that something could happen to all those? You know, there's enough redundancy.
It would be very unlikely. But again, I hate to say that, and just after giving you guys a big long speech about be careful and do things, and then some unpatched system that just has been hanging out in the network and didn't even see it, comes across and gets some sort of crazy 0-day infection. It happens. Cybersecurity insurance. We haven't had a whole lot of discussion about that. We fall under the trust. USIP had a program where they were offering cybersecurity insurance towards counties, but they've really are turning around on that and making some severe changes on the requirements to be able to qualify for that. The trust itself, I don't believe that we have coverage. Maybe you guys could speak better to that than I can. I don't think we do. You don't think so? I don't think we do either. But it's kind of a misnomer to even buy it on anymore, because the premiums are so far out of whack with what's reality. And what you have it for is the case that you don't have a backup, you don't have a plan B, you don't have an accepted level of risk. And that's where the insurance comes in, where you come to them, it's like, yeah, we're screwed.
So the insurance is to pay ransom, is that?
Exactly.
Okay.
And to be able to get your file back, and then, then it's on their word if the encryption key is actually not causing further damage to. But you work through that, but that's typically what the insurance is for. But also to pay strategists and mitigators that come in from the FBI or SIAC or wherever it might be. But yeah, it's a conversation I'd be happy to have. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it was a simple question. Yeah, good.
Sorry for the
Thanks.
answer.
No, that's fine. That's great.
All right.
Anybody else?
Thanks, Matt. Anyone else have a question for Matt? Looks like not. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Have a good day.
All right, next up, we have Personnel Services with Renee Baker, fresh off vacation, Renee Baker.
Fresh off vacation. Traveling with toddlers is a different world too.
It's not quite vacation.
Not quite vacation.
Lots of city parks.
Lots of parks, lots of meltdowns and bribery.
Yep.
Let me get a sharing here and we'll. All right. Well, it's great to see you guys all in person. It's been 2 years since I've sat here in this seat.
That's a long vacation.
It was a long vacation. I'll go very quickly because I do have a presentation unlike Matt. I'm Renee Baker. I'm the Personal Services Director. I handle all the HR functions and payroll for the county. So we do have a mission statement. Of course, we like to promote a work environment that's inclusive and characterized in open communication and mutual trust, and offer an equal opportunity for personal and professional development within the county. So what does my department do? Oh, we went too fast. Compliance, we handle the employee's career cycle, performance management, payroll and benefit administration, and then also risk management, workplace safety. Compliance is usually just all within our employee handbook. It's required by the federal and state and local levels. Any laws and regulations that get updated, I generally get an update into a resolution. My biggest goal, and you'll see in a minute, is getting all these policies updated. So handbook update is coming. The employee's career cycle starts at recruiting, moves all the way to offboarding. So I handle everything from recruitment, reviewing candidate qualifications, onboarding that candidate that was selected, ensuring that they understand expectations and benefits available to them, and then help supervisors to develop their employees and recommend any professional development to employees. We try to look at strategies to retain our employees because that's what we really need to be doing in this time. And then should an employee decide to leave, we'll offboard them by doing an exit survey, making sure that they understand what's going to happen with their benefits as far as retirement goes and things like that. Performance management is usually handled right now through we have a pay for performance system. There's a milestone increase and exemplary increase. So employees right now do have the option or the availability to them to increase their wage every year. So that would be one step per year should they participate in our exemplary increase. And then they need to do an annual performance review with their supervisors. And if there's any employee coaching or discipline needed, I usually sit in and help with that. payroll and benefit administration. Angie Martinson is the only other person in my department, and she handles all payroll processing there. We do a biweekly payroll, so 26 pay periods a year, and make sure that we report that correctly to the federal and state. And then, of course, benefit administration. We have about an average of 150 full-time benefited employees. And then we also include Grand Water and Sewer on our benefit plan, so we handle some of their tasks for their employees. We can assist employees in making sure that their claims are getting paid, making sure that we're meeting their benefit needs. And then I also try and communicate somewhat monthly with employees on different benefits that they might not know about. For August, I just went over all of their retirement benefits. And now that I'm back from vacation, we'll do something for September. I'm also the risk manager for the county, so I serve on the Accident and Review Committee, Safety Accident and Review Committee, where we review each accident as it happens within the county, determine better steps moving forward, and vote if it's not preventable or preventable. Handle all of the workers' comp claims in the county, so we start those from start to finish, make sure that the employee understands what's happening with their claim, and then also participate in the yearly workers' comp audit. We actually just got ours back for 2021 with a refund, so that's always exciting. And then we work with the Utah Local Governments Trust. They actually started a new program this year called Designated Safety Officer, so since risk manager was in my title, they added that as well. I put out some stats to the side, which you can't see. Let me see if I can't move that. Anyways, our EMOD is an experience modification factor. It's just what the insurance rating uses. We try to get as close to 1 as possible, because when you're paying dollar for dollar. So anything over 1, we're paying like $1.49 right now on our premiums for insurance, with that EMOD factor being 1.49. They update on like a 5-year kind of rotation. So this 1.62 is set to drop off for next year, which will be a nice little bump, or hopefully take it down a bit. In 2021, we had 8 workers' comp claims filed. They were all medical claims, but there was a big one. There was a few big ones, but no lost days from work. So that's always what we kind of hope to achieve with workers' comp claims, is that no one's losing time from work, and that we can get them back in and doing some light duty or doing some different tasks that they might not always be doing. So I have just a few metrics. So from 2021, you guys, of course, approved the extension of the COVID paid sick leave. So in 2021, 1,761 hours of that were used. And then in general, we had 33 new hires last year. On average, we have about 150 full-time employees and around 60 part-time. The average length of employment with Grand County is about 7.75 years, and full-time it's about 9 years. Our turnover rate was 7.9. It was up a little bit from 2020. But I also cleared out a few of the seasonal employees. So, and then 3 employees retired last year. So my projects and goals, currently I have an update to the pay for performance policy, set up a committee, and we kind of chatted about that. I have the Right Way navigation app, which is a healthcare navigation app that helps employees. They can set up care plans, discuss billing, anything like that. And that's also coupled with our DEX body scans. So that's a scan that will come out and do your bone density and a myriad of other things. And then serving as that designated safety officer, the budget advisory board is coming up. And then I'm also on the board for IPMA HR Utah, which is a local chapter of an international public management branch. And then a member of the HR affiliate group with UAC. And my 2023 goals are policies. Some need to get updated. Some are out of date and just getting that cleaned up. Updated employee appreciation practices. Setting up a 2023 leadership academy, and then also some more in-house training opportunities for our employees, and updating and streamlining everything. Current open positions. I'm going to use a moment to plug all of those. So emergency management director, dispatcher 1, patrol and corrections deputy are open, facilities worker, planner 1, and prosecutorial assistant. And then we have 2 part-time positions open, weed control tech and seasonal trails tech. course, applications can always be sent to gchr@grandcountyutah.net. I went quick. I didn't want us to have to hang out.
We appreciate that. It looks like a long one tonight, Renee. Will the commissioners be eligible for the DEXA body scan when you get that going?
So it's right now it's for benefited employees, but we can talk to them.
All right.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and thanks for all the help you've given me with in the chair position this year too. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks, you guys.
Thanks, Renee.
Thank you.
All right, so that is it for our department reports. We don't have any agency reports today, so we'll move on to the ratification of payment of bills. So our total county bills in the amount of $677,515.28. Total county payroll in the amount of $315,000. $315,069.10. Total bills and payroll in the amount of $992,584.38. I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the bills as presented by the chair.
Thank you, Kevin. Second. Mary? All right. Have a motion by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner McGann. Any discussion of the bills? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. And it looks like we are unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to general reports. Commission member disclosures. Anyone have a disclosure they need to make about a item on today's agenda? I personally have a disclosure. Agenda item. I think it was the one with the CUP for the motorcycle shop. They will be renting e-bikes there, it looks like, and I have in the past run a business. I'm affiliated with a business that would be considered a competitor to that, who also rents e-bikes. So I just wanted to disclose that. If no one else has anything to disclose, we can move on to general commission reports and future considerations. And I don't want to cut anyone off, but it does look like it's going to be a super lengthy meeting today. So if, brevity would be appreciated, but if you have something important to say about one of your meetings, please do. And I'll start, I'll go reverse today. I'll start with Mary.
Okay. Canyonland, on Wednesday, the 7th, I had a meeting with Canyonland Solid Waste Authority. We should have a new director by the time we meet next time. I'm very excited. As well as we purchased a double wide, which has been turned into some office space so that we'll have a place to hold our meetings. So we won't be meeting in here. So that'll be nice, but I don't know when that will be completed. On Friday the 9th, the Economic Development Advisory Board had a strategic planning session. It was really good. It was excellent, in fact, and it came out that, you know, diversifying our economy is incredibly important, but that tourism is our mainstay and we need to make sure it stays vibrant. On Monday, I'll skip that one, it's not that important. Tuesday, Travel Council worked mostly on budget items. Thursday, I met with the Department of Energy Management staff, both the Department of Energy, and met with the environment management part and the legacy management, talking about how we were going to be moving into the next phase of where it will, legacy management will take over the project. And legacy management takes over after it's been cleaned up. It's very exciting. I learned a lot on steps that we need to take, and that there is a place over in Grand Junction, a park called Las Colonea, which was a super fun. It was a site where they cleaned it up, and now it's a beautiful, beautiful place. They didn't start working on making it a place for the community to enjoy until after it was cleaned up. So we're really a step ahead. I got a lot of information on how to move forward. The quickest and the cleanest way is if we can get Congress to deed it over to us. And so we'll be working on that, going to DC in February to work on that. It's a really productive meeting. Very excited about it. I do want to start including at least 1 or 2 members of the commission in these meetings, because even if, in case I don't get reelected, and also in case, this will be going on past the next 4 years. So I need
some continuity there.
Yes, we need some continuity. So I will be doing that. So it's very exciting. On the 16th, I spoke with Stephen Lisenby from the governor's office about ways to get more money for the infrastructure for Royal Crossing. And I met with the Budget Advisory Board. We went over the budgets for maintenance, treasurer, clerk, auditor, building inspector, and floodplain management, and the administrators presented their budget, and we went over the allotment that we give to the various entities.
All right, thank you, Mary. Busy.
I made it. I skipped.
Sarah.
Let's see. I attended a Council on Aging meeting over at the Grand Center. We voted in a new applicant that will come to us soon, I think, for approval. And there were among the members some just like concerns over flooding off of the roadways. The flood was a big topic. Runoff from ditches into private property, and then something that came up that I thought keeps coming up with all the boards that I'm on is the desire for more support from the county for communications, for event promotion, for just getting the word out about what's going on at the Grand Center, trying to expand the number of people who are participating in the meals and games and things like that. So I don't know, as you all in the commission administrator's office think about what communications looks like in the future. I know they're doing it right now, but I think that, some kind of consolidated like communications thing from the county could really help out a lot of these littler boards and departments that, anyway, and then I attended the Moab Mosquito Abatement District board meeting. Actually, we weren't able to fully meet just because of not everyone showed up, but something that's just coming up again and again is this Aedes aegypti, this new invasive mosquito, and it's basically here to stay at this point. It's in the central part of Moab around the ball fields, and there's not really any conceivable way that we're gonna get rid of it. And so that is going to change the whole district. So far, the mosquito abatement district has been really good at getting rid of mosquitoes in all the normal places, but this Aedes aegypti, as you all know, grows and lives near humans, and it's very difficult to eradicate. And it's also a potential disease vector. So we're just thinking about those bigger things as the board and looking into the future. We might need more equipment or staff or whatever. I also attended the Community Renewable Energy Program, and I'm still kind of waiting. I think I'll do a presentation in the next meeting about some of our options. Coming into the end of the year, we're going to be presented with a couple different options for what a low income plan could look like for our community should we choose to sign up for this. So we'll have to elect certain programs to help the low income community, and I'll present about that coming up. And then we'll also have to pass a resolution supporting the program before we really know. We'll have to kind of agree on this resolution before we really know what the program itself is going to look like, just kind of like technicalities of trying to get this passed through the state. So I'll be bringing that to us also, but it's not like we're deciding a lot of details. It's more just like this agreement that needs to happen so that Rocky Mountain Power and the Public Service Commission can begin the renewable energy program. Kind of confusing to me the order that all of these things happen, but all this will be happening in the next few meetings. And that's all that I have.
All right, thank you very much. Trish?
Yeah, I'll try to go really fast. I went to a conservation district meeting, nothing too pertinent at this time. I went to the OSTA Advisory Council. I'll cut it off. Sorry, Angie, I'm gonna be quick. Lots of flood damage, both internally and externally at OSTA. So they've been working on that extensively. We also did have a discussion about a possible new playground and a possible new archery range, which we'll discuss down the road. I went I Zoomed a unified economic development meeting with surrounding counties that was out of Monticello, and just jumped in. I went to the Grand County Local Homelessness Council meeting. Just a quick update, 59 homeless, 122 seeking services from TCAB and USARA, Moab Solutions, Moab Free Health Clinic, and Four Corners Behavioral Health. Those are the main entities that supply services to individuals that are having issues with housing. Of those 59 homeless, 53% are chronically homeless and 47 situational. And so one of the things that I'll kind of keep reiterating is that trend as far as situational is on the upward swing. And so one thing that Brianna brought up is like, do we need a homeless shelter? Not per se. What we really need is transitional shelter, right? People that are facing homelessness for a brief period of time until they can find housing. So just kind of keeping that in mind. I went to multiple meetings to give out money regarding the flood grant. And so that was great. And I don't know how much money we've given out altogether. About half of it, I believe, at this point. Great, so 125,000. So that was a lot of fun. And we will continue. Well, it's not fun for them, but it was fun for us to give away money. So GWISA, went to a GWISA meeting. Again, they had some flood damage that they're working on, and kind of interest to you guys maybe is that basically they feel that there's about 11 feet of silt that were deposited into Kins Lake during that flooding. So that's kind of interesting, because then do you get into dredging the lake? And one recommendation by Mark Stilson, which is interesting, is you just build up the dam. You don't get into dredging, you just build up the dam.
So that significantly decreases from the volume of the lake.
Right, right. So pretty interesting. And that being said, the lake is in excellent condition. 1725 acre feet. Last year at the same time was 740 acre feet. So that's a 231% increase over last year, which is great. Soil moisture at 9,500 feet up in the mountains is 32%. So again, that's looking really good. And year-to-date precipitation, 30.6 inches. So that's great. Unfortunately, we got it in. Unfortunately.
A few hours.
Yeah, right. A few hours. That was
awesome.
Unfortunate.
Thank you, Trish.
Yeah, sorry, I tried to go fast.
You're busy. Everyone's busy. Josie.
I will be really fast because I was not busy the last couple of weeks. And my only meeting was the Housing Authority, which I feel like Ben did a good overview of. So that is it for me.
Awesome. Evan.
I attended the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District. We reviewed a lot of financials in preparation for budget season, the allocations, etc. There was discussions about the board chair, which has been vacant since the mayor was elected, and Tony Boyd is going to step into that position. And there's we interviewed some new board members who I believe their recommendation or application was forwarded. So they'll probably see that on the next agenda. Similar with the cemetery district, we're going to be approving a new board member this evening, likely. It'll be up for a vote. They're looking at purchasing some new software, so entering the 21st century. So that's kind of nice to kind of go with mapping where folks are, but also so that you could look it up remotely. So if people that lived elsewhere knew that they had family members buried in Grand County, they could find the actual plot to come visit, etc. They also suffered some impacts from the flooding, but they decided not to make an insurance claim because it would increase their insurance rates and that sort of stuff. So they're handling that internally. So if you're at any of the memorial gardens, just know that that work is ongoing. The Arches Special Service District did not meet this month. I believe our last meeting was in April. And so as we kind of continue to discuss forming new special service districts and what that makeup should look like, this is just kind of like a side tangent, but that's kind of what it looks like when you're forming districts where people don't actually live and that sort of stuff. So that was a little opinion on my part. Met with EMS board this morning. We talked a lot about the emergency manager, and I sent around a little email that they would be interested in kind of being part of that hiring process. And so I'm not sure, Renee, exactly. Okay, so just there's a lot of excitement around that new position, and kudos going around. We talked more about scheduling. Castle Valley has an interest in having an ambulance out there again, but it's probably a lower priority than the airport or Thompson. So if you hear talk from Castle Valley residents, by state law, the firefighters under the fire district are allowed to respond to emergency medical stuff as first responders, and that probably makes the most sense for the level of medical call volumes that they're responding to. Sand Flats meeting was postponed. The director is dealing with some family stuff, but is preparing the budget. So we're going to go right into budget season full throttle soon. But similar to Sand Flats, I was able to attend a trail building event hosted by the Active Trails and Transportation Department. And those guys are doing a great job. It was very well attended by not just community members, but visitors from elsewhere that wanted to participate in the National Public Lands Day. And I think the Hawks Glide is going to be a really fun trail. So kudos to that department, and they are crushing it in how fast that trail is coming together. So awesome. That's all I got.
Thanks, Evan. You're up, Kevin.
Okay, let's see. Was that a budget advisory board meeting that distinct from the one that Mary reported on? This one was about our income, and I'm sure Chris will be saying more about this later, but it looks like a lot of our tax income is going to be flat to slightly down, and we have fewer COVID grants are going away, but there is no cause to panic because over the last couple of years, we've been putting money into reserve funds and capital funds, so it shouldn't be a big shock. I'm sure Chris will correct me if I got any of that wrong. I had a meeting with the BLM. We've got environmental assessments on lithium, helium coming up, some mine closures. There's an interesting range trespass case in the Yellow Cat area. And there's National Public Lands Day, which Evan just mentioned. I think coming up this weekend, there's Friends for Wheeling doing cleanup in Pritchett Canyon, Red Rock Four Wheelers in 7 Mile Rim, a Sand Flats area cleanup, and also something in the MIG 5:30 to 8. I think that's Saturday. I've got the date right. So anyway, people want to participate in that. Lots of stuff going on for National Public Lands Day. That's it.
All right, thanks, Kevin.
Very curious about the range trends.
Right, we'll have to look that one up. I attended both the Motorized Trail Committee meeting and a trail mix meeting at separate times, and the main topic of conversation at both of those was commenting on the Gemini Bridges Labyrinth RIMS travel management plan, which the comment period for that's open through, I believe it's October 7th. I also attended the Economic Development Department strategic envisioning session with August. Mary was there as well. That was great, kind of giving August a lot of feedback about, he was looking for feedback about where his department is going in the next year. And we had some excellent discussion there. Also, I participated in giving away some money in the Star Business Grant Committee, which is economic diversification grants, and that was a great experience. There's some super cool projects out there, and I fully believe in the economic diversification program the way it's going right now. It's really exciting to see what some of these people are going to do with some of those grants. So, and I think we'll talk about that a little bit during our public hearing coming right up. And there was a few other things, but they're not important. So that's it for me.
I have a quick future consideration.
Yes, Mary.
I wanted to remind everybody that tomorrow is International Peace Day, and that we will have that small, short presentation starting at 11:45 right out here in front of the courthouse, with presentation from the Rotary, and then Jacques will be reading the resolution and moment of silence and Valley Voices. So I hope as many people as can will attend. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for that reminder, Mary. All right. On to elected official reports. It looks like Gabe, you are our only elected official here.
See, I lost my train of thought. I'm just furiously typing over here. See a couple updates. I've been also attending the budget advisory boards. And just so the public is reminded, and you all as well, is that those are recorded and available on YouTube. And I would encourage anyone and everyone to watch back at those recordings if they're interested in becoming more familiar with the budgeting process of Grant County. I think that they're very illustrative, and that leads into I have a new staff person in the clerk's office, Jenny Beth Jones. It's been great so far. We're 1 week in. Yeah, a lot of people in the community are familiar with her from her working at the banks, at local banks and credit unions. And yeah, she's proving to be a great fit right away. And part of the training process for her is I'm having her watch the budget advisory board meetings, just because it's just a good introduction. Other than that, still waiting on ballot proofs. Hopefully they come in tomorrow, but yeah, it's amazing how close the general election is coming. So we're hoping, Janice Smith and I are hoping to see what those ballots look like, and so we can turn them around and improve them for, this week. I also got an update from our auditor from Larson. Yesterday, I got a call from him, and that is right around the corner, waiting for just one audit to come back that is apparently completed. And so I think we're coming up right up to some deadlines, but it looks like we're really seeing the light at the end of the tunnel with regards to the completion of the audit. I think that's all that I have at the moment.
Awesome. Thank you. Yes,
I just wanted, I said the public lands event at the MIC was on Saturday. It's actually Friday evening. So
okay, great. Thanks for clarifying. Is Christina on? Sometimes she comes on Zoom.
Christina had to run really quickly and do something for her daughter, but she will be back.
Okay, great. Quickly. And we will move on to Commission Administrator Report. Mallory.
I think you guys have to hear enough from me today, so.
Awesome. Quinn, did you have anything you wanted to add, Quinn?
No, I'm good for now.
All right, great. All right, we're up to the minutes, approval of minutes for the September 6th, 2022 Grant County Commission regular meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from September 6th, 2022 Grant County's regular meeting.
Thanks, Mary.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner McGann and a second by Commissioner Stock. Any discussion? I think these were among the longest packet of minutes I've seen since I've been on the commission.
And thank you, Gabe, for your timeliness.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it.
I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Or raise your hand. We don't have anyone on Zoom anymore. Passes unanimously. All right, it's 5:20 and we are getting into our public hearings, it looks like. So we decided to put our first public hearing at the front of our agenda. There's been an ask for us potentially suspending rules and voting on this by the Economic Development Department. We did have a discussion about this at our last commission meeting, if you all recall. So we feel pretty good about putting this first, and our second public hearing will be held after our consent agenda, like usual. So we will get to our public hearing and possible action on an amendment to the 2022 transient room tax budgets. Chris Baird, Budget Officer.
Could I, a quick point of order question? Do these hearings need to happen after 6 o'clock?
No.
Okay.
I think the only hearing that does would be if you were doing truth and taxation hearing. Anyway, all right, so this particular public hearing is for adjustments to various budgets having to do with the transient room tax. And I think that some of these things are, related or interdependent on some of the latter agenda items. So I think we may have to, discuss some agenda items that are following up on this one, and that's fine, I think, because the budget amendment, establishes the legal ability to spend the money, but it doesn't necessarily approve, the action or whatever. But they're obviously related to one another. Let me just pull up, see if I can share for the public my little spreadsheet on the budget amendment.
Also, Chris, it does look like we have August and Ben online if they need to speak to anything.
Yeah, I was hoping they would be here.
Yeah.
So they can explain some of the expansions to the programming.
Great.
Okay. See that? There. So one of the reasons for adjusting the transient room tax budget is because I'm projecting about $850,000 less in total collections across all funds for the transient room tax. And so if we want to maintain the budget that we established at the beginning of the year, we would have to draw more money in from the fund balance in order to do that. Since our last meeting, I did a little bit more research into statute, state code, with regard to the fund balance limitations. Effective in May of this year is a new component to that statute, which basically says that there's a window of time between 2019 and 2023, or if you bring in 150% more TRT in 1 year than a prior year, that you can put any amount of TRT over that 100% into reserve. And so that actually, is considerably beneficial with regard to dealing with the fund balance restriction, because before that, it had just been a straight 50% relative to your revenue through a determined period, which I had, it's still a little sketchy to me. Like I talked about before, they mentioned a fiscal year. And I don't know exactly what they mean by that, but I calculated it a couple different ways. And so looking at either way, whether we calculate a 2019-2020 fiscal year as compared with the 2020 to 2021 fiscal year, or calendar year 2020 to calendar year 2021, it's very similar. It's almost a doubling of transient room tax collections in 1 year. So close to 200%. Which means, and the total collections are 8 million. So if you do the math on that, it enables us to add another 4 million to the fund balance without compliance, because it's literal doubling from 1 year to the next. And so the trigger is 150%. Once you hit that trigger, then anything above the 100% collection can go into the fund balance and be used.
So Chris, I'm confused. I would have thought we hit that trigger comparing 2020 to 2021, But comparing 2022 to 2021, I'm assuming, connect.
No. So the only year that we would qualify for that second part, the new part of the statute is going from, it depends on how you want to categorize it. Like I say, either the July to June fiscal year or a calendar fiscal year. Either way, it's the same, next to the same. And so it's only in that period. And like I said, it's either 2019/2020 as compared with 2020/21 fiscal year, or the 2020 as compared with 2021 calendar year.
But I guess what I'm confused about is 2021 is pretty far in the past. So these limitations on how much we can have the reserve fund, don't we have to look at the most recent 2 years instead of going back further?
The way, it's not spelled out in statute, but it was retroactive. So they passed that May of this year, but the statute relates back to 2019. So it gives a window of time when you can categorize the surplus. And it allows that particular thing only from, I think, July 2019 through June 2023. And so there's a very specific window that we're allowed to do that.
Okay.
I just wanted to bring it up because it's, it kind of, it was a consideration before, and I think, it still could be, but I'm not as concerned at this point in reading that component of the statute with, violating the fund balance. But I'm still an advocate of what we're proposing here. But I just wanted to clarify that.
So that would allow us to have the 4 million.
4 million
there.
plus, whatever the
50%.
interpretation of 50% is. And so it's actually, there's two different ways that it's defined in the statute, and they're not exactly compatible with one another. And so I think it's just a poorly written statute. It's really hard to understand. I guess we'll figure out, what it means when it comes audit time.
Is there a sunset on when those funds must be spent by? Can they just sit in there forever?
Well, there's no sunset on when they can be spent by, but there's a limit to how much you can have in the fund balance. And so, there's no sunset though that I'm aware of. But, there is a limit to that second component, the 150% component. And that was just enacted this year. And maybe it was in relation to everybody seeing a really big increase in transient room tax in 2021 that nobody was expecting. And so, if you don't budget for it and you're not expecting it, you're not going to spend it. It's going to hit the fund balance. And that's just sort of how things go. Anyway, so I just wanted to cover that detail before we get into the details here. So essentially, this first line is the draw off of the Fund 23, the Economic Development Fund. The TRT that goes into there is the 37% of the total. And we started off the year budgeting to take 463,000 out, and we're going to increase that according to this proposal by 1,438,000. And so that's drawing the money out of the bank. That's what that line is. There's a few other things in here that I just adjusted because they needed to be adjusted at some point. Might as well do it now. At the end of budget season last year, we didn't know if the city was going to contribute to the mobile stage purchase, and they ended up doing that. So that's $80,000 more revenue from the city to help offset that mobile stage. So I brought that in. We also have a couple other revenue lines from state grants that came in a little higher than what we had budgeted, as well as the rural county grant program. So I made those adjustments, a little bit more revenue. Then this right here, this right here is the actual TRT projections. So we started off the year projecting 3.2 million, and knocked it down to 2.9. So that's just showing the decreased revenue, which is a reduction in that particular fund of 311,000 approximately. So that covers the revenue side of of Fund 23's budget amendment. Now I'll go over the expense side. So this first line has to do with the events coordinator. This 18,000 is for the software that you're going to be considering, as well as office stuff, you know, so a desk, computer, monitor, keyboard, all that stuff. I think, what did you estimate, Mallory, like 15,000 for the software, something like that? And so about 3,000 for inventory for a new position. The next one is also related to the special events coordinator position, and that is what I'm calculating to be 3 months of salary and benefits. So that's 22,752 for the, you know, assuming that we can hire pretty quickly. The next couple are bringing in or establishing a budget for the flood relief grants that we previously approved. Ben indicated that he thought that would be about 51,000 coming out of the diversified pot and about 199,000 coming out of the tourism promotion pot for the flood relief. Next up is a $459,000 increase to the tourism promotion program. And Ben in August can go into more details about that. And then the next one is the STAR grant program, which is a component of our economic diversification programming. I'm proposing to increase that by 500,000. Now the STAR grant, you know, is associated with diversified economic development programming. We do have a 5-year window to prove that program up before the statute that enables it goes away. And so, you know, I definitely think that it's very important to just, you know, spend that money and not put it in the bank, because we have a very limited amount of time to prove up that program. And then, of course, as we've discussed before, the rationale for the advertising increase, you know, or, you know, seeing some reduction in visitation, at least relative to 2021, you know, which can be expected, and some flattish growth, and just concern, you know, addressing concerns related from the business community. So then we're moving over to the other side of the budget amendment, which is the impact mitigation side. So 63% of the transient room tax can go towards mitigating the impacts of tourism related to search and rescue and law enforcement. And so this first one is just showing the reduction in the TRT of about 530,000. And this other line here is reducing that same contribution to the general fund. And then we also have to adjust the general fund itself, because there's 530,000 less coming in. And so the way that I did that is just to budget to draw that money out of the general fund balance instead. You know, so for this year, it's really the first time we've ever done it that we budgeted to pull nothing from the general fund surplus. Typically, we underspend our budget by about 400,000 to 800,000, which is mostly due to just not being fully staffed all the time. We budget to be fully staffed, but we never really are. So there's some savings, you know. Generally, if we budget to draw between 400,000 and 800,000 out of the fund balance, we're going to come out pretty much dead even. So I don't know that we'll even end up having to draw this out, but in order to balance the budget with the reduction in TRT, we have to say that either we're going to have to bring more money in or cut the same amount of expenses. We have a very healthy fund balance. You know, I think closed out. Do you remember where it closed out on the audit for 2021? I mean, it's about as much as you can have in statutorily, probably close to 7 million.
So on line 6, when it says decreased TRT revenue, that's just 37%. That's not the full. It doesn't include the mitigation part.
Yeah, so there are two separate ones. Okay. This line 6 is relating to the economic development side of the budget, the 37%. And then this other one down here below 15 is relating to the impact mitigation. They're different funds, so we have to balance them all. State law requires that all of our funds are net zero, which means that, you know, we plug in revenues using a negative sign and expenses using a positive sign, and then when you add them all together, they have to come up to zero. because there is no profit in government. You have to show where every single penny is going. So that covers, the kind of nuts and bolts of what we're doing in the numbers. And I guess, the conversation at this point, I would assume would go towards, discussing the rationale for some of these perhaps, or maybe, Ben and August could help also if you want to dig into some of the details about the, increase to the tourism promotion campaign, that kind of stuff.
All right, looks like August is on. Did you have anything you wanted to speak to, August?
Sure. Can y'all hear me all right?
Perfectly.
Yeah, so I mean, all of the details for the marketing piece is in the later agenda item. And we do have folks from Love to help answer any technical questions about what's in that proposal. But big picture, the 459 that is coming out of the establish and promote tourism piece of TRT, out of that reserve and into our 2022 budget is currently slated for direct marketing, either 459 towards a drive market campaign, or a second option that creates a drive market campaign this fall with $359,000 and an additional $100,000 towards an existing fly market campaign. So there's basically two options on the table for that that will be discussed in a later agenda item and could be authorized after this budget hearing and the approval of funds going from the reserves to the 2022 budget. And then on the STAR grant piece, the $500,000 that would come out of the diversification reserves and into the diversification budget for 2022 have been accounted for by the STAR grant committee, so that basically if that $500,000 is approved to move over, there are we do have grantees lined up to receive those funds, so we'd be able to process fairly quickly if that's something that the commission feels good about for both of those as it pertains to our office, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks, August. And we also, if you guys recall, we had a discussion about this at our last meeting too, so we should all be fairly familiar with that. I personally would speak, I'll out myself as a member of the STAR grant committee to disperse those funds, and that was just a great experience for me, and it was so cool to see the variety of projects and ideas that people had for various diverse businesses in the county, and I really appreciated seeing what people put forward. And like August said, that extra $500,000 in diversification funds would be well spent right away. So I think that's a great thing personally. Kevin.
I was going to say, like you just said, I think some of these things were discussed at our meeting a week ago, and various other components of this budget amendment have been discussed at committee meetings. So this still doesn't determine how exactly some of that money is going to be spent, but I think the amounts there seem uncontroversial to me, or at least have already been discussed. So I would move to suspend policy and vote on the budget amendment tonight rather than waiting until the next meeting.
Do we have to open the public hearing first?
I believe, do we have to open the public hearing first?
Oh, sorry.
Sure. We do, and take comment first, and then we can.
Probably, let's do the public hearing first.
Yeah.
Then,
okay,
sorry.
With Kevin.
Yeah. Then if you guys are comfortable, then I will open, I'll open this public hearing on the amendment to the 2022 transient room tax budgets. And with that, I would take public comment right now. Does anyone in the room care to comment? Anyone on Zoom here to comment for this public hearing? All right, it doesn't look like we have anyone to comment, and I didn't see any emails coming about that. But so Kevin do you have to make a motion again, Kevin? Or?
Try again.
Okay.
I move to suspend policy and vote on the budget amendments at this meeting.
All right, great. I have a motion by Commissioner Walker.
I'll second that.
And a second by Commissioner Hedin. Let's discuss it. I also feel pretty comfortable with this, suspending the rules, because we did have I think we had a robust discussion about this at the last meeting. And I think Chris has laid everything out very clearly. And we've seen the numbers a couple times now. So thank you, Chris, for that. And August and Ben as well. So yeah, I'm personally also in favor of suspending the rules in this case.
I always am hesitant to suspend the rules, and especially when we're talking about millions of dollars of spending. But the numbers themselves seem in line and appropriate and well discussed. So.
Yeah, I think it's this. A lot of this is also timely, especially the agenda item D that we're going to be talking about with the second amendment to the independent contractor agreement with Loves that will go towards the marketing campaign that August referenced earlier.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get those sooner.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just to point out, like the main rationale for suspending the rules is to get the ads out there in time for the fall season, and so that's the reason.
Definitely, Chris. Yeah. Absolutely.
I know we've discussed this at length before, and I just have one question. Maybe you guys don't have it on the tip of your fingers, but how does this budget for tourism promotion compare to our previous high for tourism spending? Is it?
Well, it's quite a bit lower. In 2019, this is before we had got the TRT legislation changed, and before we had any significant alternative program to tourism promotion. I think the budget was, it was about a $2.6 million budget, and we pretty much spent the whole thing on tourism promotion.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't going out of the ballpark for what had been spent previously.
No, yeah, it's not anywhere near that level. But it's, bringing it up to historical average. It's 2019 was high because, the transient room tax had appreciated so much. But when you run an average, over the last 10 years, it's going to be close to about the average.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
I was just going to say, following up on it, in general, I do think we should be pretty reluctant to suspend the rules in this way. It's better to take more time, allow more public comment to come in. But for me, we had a discussion about these actions last week. So, we're not making just a one evening decision. So.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes me feel a lot more comfortable about it as well. Josie, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I would just add, and I pretty much agree all around. And I think the only thing I want to add is that I want to continue to not use 2021 as a benchmark year for comparison, because I just think that is an outlier, and any sort of set expectations around 2021, I think just puts us really way out of the ballpark. So I would just continue to emphasize that. But otherwise,
I don't use it as some do.
Or 2020 for that matter.
Those 2 years.
So yeah, in all of my trend projections that I send out, monthly updates, that blue line on there is derived from average growth from before COVID. So that's how we can tell how we're doing relative to a more normal circumstance.
Sure, and I think not just TRT projections, because I think you do meter that very well, but just also around expectations for advertising for what we consider low visitation more, I think, so than TRT projections. So when we talk about visitation being low, and I do agree that this year we are seeing a dip and it is impacting people, but I think that seeing that kind of as what it is right now and not, this time last year, it was so much better. So that's.
I have one more thing. Perhaps I should recuse myself. I'm not sure. I have a family member who's applied to the STAR grant program.
This isn't going to the STAR directly.
Part of it is.
Directly,
So,
indirectly.
I might just stand aside.
Any opinion?
Well, I think it would be, so there's two different types of conflict. There's the kind of conflict that you have to disclose, which you just did. And then if you yourself, had something to financial gain, or somebody that lived in your household, then you should recuse yourself.
Sorry.
Yeah, thanks for your disclosure, sir. I agree with Chris that that's probably not a recusal.
But we're just voting on suspending the rules now, not that. And we have to have a supermajority to pass that.
Right, so that'd be 5.
Yeah, just so you know.
All right.
Just saying.
Anyone else have a comment about that before we vote on suspending the rules? All right, I have I didn't even write down who made the motion. Kevin made the motion, and was it Trish that? Yeah, okay. So I have a motion by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner Hedin to suspend the rules in this public hearing and vote on the budget amendment. All in favor of suspending the rules, raise your hand, say aye. All opposed? All right, motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Clapper in opposition. And so now we would vote on the budget amendment, Chris, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So I did draft a resolution for it that makes it, easier to quantify what's happening. So I think the
all right
agenda summary has the proper motion.
Yes, Mary.
I move to approve the resolution amending the 2022 Grand County budget.
Thank you.
Second.
I gave it, yeah.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner McGinn and a second by Commissioner Clapper. Discussion on the budget amendment.
We've discussed.
Yeah, I feel good about our previous discussion on this item. All right.
Sarah, did you want to reiterate your disclosure?
Sure, I have a family member who applied for the STAR grant.
I just thought it would be more appropriate.
Yeah, which is funded by, which is potentially more funded by the this budget amendment, right? Okay. All right. No further discussion. All right, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the budget amendment, raise your hand. Say aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Chris. And thanks, August and Ben on Zoom also.
I think I'll just stay here.
All right, great. All right, we are past our first public hearing and we're moving on to general business and action items. Discussion and consideration of, and our first item is item 14A, approving special events coordinator, job description and pay grade. And we did approve that budget amendment, so we can go forward with it. Renee and Angie.
Hey, this is the theme of the meeting today, special events. So this special event coordinator would be a full-time position that we're proposing, housed under the arena director, or supervised by the arena director. We came up with that because the majority of the events, countywide events, are happening at the arena, but how do I want to say that? The events at the arena will not take precedence over the other countywide events. This person will spread their time evenly across all of the events. This would establish a single point of contact for event holders and event sponsors, but also for you all to give directives of special events. It's proposed at a grade 9. In my pay data, you can see the other county positions that are also at that kind of grade level, such as paralegal, deputy clerk auditor 3, the IT support tech, and a few others. Here's had the budgeted amount at the 22,000. I had it slightly higher just because I think I was working 2 weeks earlier than he was. So.
All right, do you have anything to add to that, Angie?
I think she covered it, other just to reiterate that I understand it's being housed under OSTA and directed by me, but it will be an employee to cater to Grand County events, not just OSTA events, but Grand County events. So it will be a Grand County special event coordinator, just under my direction at housed at OSTA.
All right, and you have the room to accommodate.
Yeah, it's a little messy right now, but we have a game plan for it. And,
They're out in the stands right now.
Stalls. I think this position would serve the community quite well. I think it'd add a lot of benefit to improving the quality and resident event of special events that happen in the community. So with that, I would make a motion to approve the special events coordinator job description and grade placement at the grade 9 on the 2022 Grand County Grade and Step Chart, and authorize recruitment and hiring effective. What's that?
9/21.
9/21/2022.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Clapper.
I'll second.
And a second by Commissioner Walker. Yeah, I do think this is a great step forward, and I also see a lot of value for the special events promoters themselves with this position here. I think the coordinator is a great word, because I think that they'll go a long way towards helping the folks who apply for the special events that are promoting their special events through the process. And then it looked like even, holding their hand a little bit through the whole thing with helping facilitate them meeting different people that they may need to come in contact with in the county, et cetera, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're a little bit of an event planner also.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll be a big job, it looks like.
It is a big job. But I can't be a special event coordinator.
No.
And director.
We know how much you do already.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other comment or discussion? All right, seeing none, I will call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
2.
All right, looks like it passes 8 hands to none. No, passes unanimously 7-0. Thank you all. Thanks, Angie and Renee. All right, more special events. We are on to item 14B, Eproval special event permitting software. And Mallory.
So this is a really cool, sleek processing platform for the special event applications, but it also has the capacity to do a few other things. They have 3 main platforms, if you will, for special events, grants, and film permitting. So those should be quick and easy. And the plan is to start with just the grant piece being added into special events, and economic diversification would be able to utilize that. And that will be included in the same price tag. But it will be wonderful. I swear. Is there?
Kevin?
I move to approve the purchase of Eproval special event permitting, management, and tracking software platform.
Thanks, Kevin.
Second.
All right, thank you, Mary. Discussion.
I think it'll just be great to have that coordinator and this software coming online at pretty much the same time, right? And so he or she could become the...
As we're refining the special events system as well, so that we can integrate the new position, software, et cetera, into making a much more streamlined and reasonable.
Mallory said it'll be wonderful, so I'm trusting you.
It will.
Okay, great.
All right, any other comment? Questions for Mallory? All right, I have a motion by Kevin and a second by Mary. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And that one passes unanimously, 7-0. Moving forward with item 14C, adopting ordinance repealing and replacing chapter 8.16, special events of the Grand County General Ordinances and related ordinance number 658. Again, Mallory and Nassau.
I would believe that you all would want to postpone this just so that we can incorporate a lot of the feedback we got today and make sure that what we're bringing before you guys covers everything for the time being, with more changes to come.
Would you like it postponed to the next meeting or indefinitely?
I think our goal would be the next meeting, and I don't know if there would be any harm.
I think I know. I am moved that we postpone adopting ordinance repealing and replacing chapter 816 special events of the Grand County General Ordinance and related ordinance number 658 until it is ready for approval.
Thank you, Mary.
I'll second that.
All right, thanks, Trish. Any discussion on the motion to postpone? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. That passes unanimously as well. All right, this one's a little different. On to item 14D, second amendment to the independent contractor agreement between Grand County and Love Communications. And we have August Granith, our economic development director, on Zoom. August.
Hello, hello, hello.
Right.
So we are at the actual decision point here for the commission to take a look at how we spend the allocation of the additional marketing funds. We've had a lot of conversations about this, and ultimately, I think the menu options that we have before you, and that Jonathan and the rest of the Love team, Mark, who's our account executive, could speak to either of them. Any questions on details, strategy, background, but essentially, the additional $459,000 that will be pulled from, well, that has now been pulled from reserves to the budget. We're proposing that we amend our contract with Love Communications to drive that toward marketing. So the options are basically, as discussed, a $459,000 drive market campaign or a $359,000 drive market campaign and adding an additional $100,000 to a pre-existing fly market campaign. I am more than happy to answer any questions on that, but I will, we've talked about these details, I think, a fair amount up to this point. So I'd rather answer details than just read the whole agenda summary here.
Thanks, August. Who has a question for August concerning this? Evan?
Is that fly market campaign, is that the Canuck Kiwi or whatever from?
Nope, so that's different. So basically, the fly market campaign, there's kind of two in one. So we have already have on the books a $300,000 campaign this fall. And that's focused on markets that have direct flights or secondary connections to direct flights to Canyonlands Regional Airport. And that is funded in part by the state. So we had a round of funding in which we received $150,000 from the state, and we're putting $150,000 of TRT towards that campaign this fall. This summer, we were awarded an additional $225,000, which we plan to request the matching $225,000 in TRT for next spring. So I think the easiest way to think about that is that it's a $750,000 fly market campaign that starts in this fall and runs all the way through next summer. With 2 grant cycles with the state, it's basically one long program that we're starting this fall. The Kanekiwi piece is distinct.
Thank you. Josie?
August, I just wonder, beyond what's already in the agenda, whether you have an opinion one way or the other over focusing the additional funds on car travel or adding to air travel.
Yeah, I think for me, seeing as the focus of this kind of infusion, besides the budgetary, statutory kind of constraints, is trying to drive a quick kind of influx to the visitation economy this fall, and that drive is going to have the most immediate impact as you put an ad in a particular market and people can just drive with no plans basically the next day versus, flying requires, obviously there's a bigger payoff if you're successfully created that market and have developed that market, which is kind of where I think our fly market campaign is building that market rather than something that we can just add fuel to the fire on. In this case, the drive market is a pretty instant turn on opening of the valve. And so I think Jonathan would agree with that. And that's the feedback that we've received from the business community, that they'd prefer as much money driven, no pun intended, towards the drive market as possible. But also during the conversations with the commissioners, there's a lot of conversation about, okay, what's our long-term strategy? Trying to go towards this higher length of stay, higher average spend per visit, of which, the fly visitor is kind of encapsulating. But it is a long-term strategy rather than a short-term strategy. And that we know that we are a drive market right now, and that, to put some accelerant, that's probably the best place to put it with the most immediate impact. So my personal, or I guess my professional recommendation would be option 1, given what we're seeing right now. But I can understand why the commission would opt towards option 2 if that's something that that you all wanted to go for. Mary.
Yes, I'm leaning towards option 1 because I know, and I've talked to enough businesses in town that, we can compare the amount of TRT and everything and see that it is down, but then it's coupled with the fact that we have inflation. So they're making less. So they are hurting. And I think a good shot in the arm right now would be helpful to the businesses. And so that's why I am moving towards option 1. So I will make that motion. I move to approve the second amendment to the independent contract agreement between Grand County and Love Communications for the purpose of authorizing a drive market campaign from the budget of $459,000, thereby increasing the media by spending limiting to $759,000.
Thank you, Mary. I have a motion by Mary. Does someone want to second that?
I will second that.
Thanks, Josie. Discussion.
Not to go too far down the rabbit hole, but Jonathan, could you give us a very brief summary of the defined drive market?
Yeah, that's great. So basically, one of the things that came up in our previous discussions was quality coming out of the drive markets. And so what we've identified as our drive markets for this campaign include Salt Lake, Denver, which 57% of travelers stay 3 nights or more. All of this information is in the packet today. Phoenix, Colorado Springs, Boise, Idaho Falls, and Las Vegas, all of which the majority of the travelers coming from those markets stay in market 3 nights or longer.
Great, thanks. I'm in favor of option 1 also. I think like Mary said, a quick infusion for the fall. I know numbers are down at businesses that I'm very familiar with. So I think a little bit of increased spend for the fall would do everybody some good. So I'd be supportive of this motion.
Can I just ask August something? August, I just wanted to clarify some of your numbers before we vote. So is the initial budget for the advertising line item is $440,000. And if we add 459 to that, it totals 899.
Correct.
So is there a component of that 440 that's not a part of this? Is that why your numbers are lower?
Yeah. So basically, that's the simple answer is that we did a $200,000 Arches Timed Entry education campaign on a separate RFP and separate contract with Love. That is not a part of the current ICA that we have with them.
Okay, thank you.
There's also a couple smaller advertising expenditures that haven't gone through Love that are not a part of that media buy spending limit.
Thanks, August. Kevin, did I see that you wanted to?
Yeah, I guess I tend to favor option two. I think we've had a long-term strategy in the county to try to emphasize, visitors who will stay longer and spend more. That typically means flying rather than driving, though I recognize that both the flying and driving markets are diverse. I think Josie warned earlier that we shouldn't just compare to 2021, which was a very unusual year. And but it feels to me like that's what we're doing. People say business is down. They don't mean it was down compared to 3 years ago or compared to some trend that was compiled from 2012 to 2019. So to me, it seems in terms of our advertising strategy, I'm more inclined to stay the course, which means emphasis on transitioning to visitors who will provide more bang for the visit. I think we've heard lots of anecdotal things about business being down in various businesses. I mean, surely part of that is that we have, I think by last count, 20% more hotel rooms or other overnight accommodations than we did in 2019. In 2019, people were very upset. They thought tourism had gone too far, and now we have 20% more hotel rooms. So of course, occupancy rate or profits for individual hotels might go down because of that expansion of capacity. And I don't think, at least I don't feel good trying to make sure that our visitation levels are keeping up with this big increase in the number of hotel rooms, because I think that was an unwise increase. So I think another thing worth pointing out is our overall tax revenues, which is in some ways our best measure of how things are going, because our Visa spend numbers doesn't include everything. The information we get from Star Hotels doesn't include all hotels, but presumably the tax revenue is capturing everything. They are pretty closely in line with this trend from 2012 to 2019. These are the graphs that Chris has been distributing the last few meetings. Maybe down very slightly this year, but it's not, to me, it doesn't seem like a big enough deviation for us to suddenly change our strategy. Now it is true that those graphs don't include an adjustment for inflation, and inflation has been low most years, but this year is up. But it's also true that those graphs are assuming a rate of growth that's kind of the average from 2012 to 2019, which is basically the years of the 95 campaign. And if you look at a longer time frame, the rate of growth we appeared as measured, for example, in visitors to Arches, was very much greater than those years. So, by keeping up with, so to speak, the blue line on Chris's graph, that, I'm not sure that's a sustainable rate of growth. And so I'm not inclined to get overly worried if we're only slightly below that, because to me, it seems like a very aggressive growth target because it was based on years where we were growing much faster than we were previously. So I think for all those reasons, I don't think we should stray as far from our existing policy. And I think option two represents a better compromise between these things. Option two still spends money on the drive market, but just not quite as much.
No, I think that's a great point too about option two is still a good ad spend, and I think it's a great option. I just like option one a little bit better, but I appreciate those comments very much. Yeah. Mary?
I agree with what Kevin said as well, but I don't see this as a long-term change in our direction. It's just a boost for this period of time, this fall. And I do think the economy is really hurt, I know just from the districts that I'm working in that, things haven't changed, things have increased, but our bottom line is lower. We're just not bringing, everything's costing so much more that keeping up with the projections and being able to balance the budget is more difficult.
Anyone else like to comment before I call for a vote on the motion?
I very much agree with the bulk of what Kevin has to say, and think that moving forward, and this I think is for August and the EDD is really keeping that course in the long term. I also agree that in the short term, I think a lot of people have raised their wages kind of in response to these crazy spikes and things like that. And so I do see kind of a more rapid infusion of money in the near future as just being a healthy indicator for not just businesses, but their employees and a lot of people in town. But yeah, I would definitely agree that this is a temporary, sort of more short-term injection.
Right.
But that long-term, I absolutely agree that we want to be moving towards quality over quantity, because this does feel like quantity over quality, which feels okay to me because I kind of see the immediate need for it.
Thanks, Josie.
Can I make one more point on that?
Yeah, please.
I think on that quantity versus quality like paradigm, which is to say that I think that the drive market strategy that Jonathan and the Love team have put together within the context of drive market visitors is very much targeting what we've described as quality, right? Higher length of stay and higher average spend. And that is still a drive towards that long-term trajectory of high quality visitors, even if it's the traditional mode of transportation. And therefore maybe they're spending more money on gas than other things locally. Whereas if you're flying, you're spending more money on locally. I mean, you're spending money on your flight, but I don't know, Jonathan, is there any like statistics or anything else that you could add to kind of support that, or thoughts on your end?
Yeah, what we're seeing, especially in the West, because if you look at a map of gas prices nationwide, the Western region has remained the highest in terms of gas. And as a result of that, 60% of travelers are saying that they're planning to stay closer to home. In saying that, as August mentioned, the ethos of this campaign is to make sure that we are targeting quality travelers. And that's why I bring up the idea that we're looking for people who are planning to stay 3 days or more in market, even though they're driving from these destinations.
Thank you.
Well, that ties into something else I wanted to say, which is it does feel a little bit funny that we're voting on amounts to spend before we've seen the details of what's actually going to be in the ads. I mean, I'm encouraged by what August and Jonathan have said, but I'm hoping that the commission can be involved at an early stage in helping craft this ad campaign to continue the trend that we've been following in the county for the last few years of trying to quality over quantity. That's not my favorite phrase, but I think it does capture what we're talking about. I'm based on what I've heard, I'm guessing there's not a majority support for option 2. So so I'd like to be able to vote for option 1. And if I do, I think it's just with the understanding that we're going to pay close attention to the content of the ads and who precisely is being targeted within the drive market.
Great.
Just to throw it out there, I'm very much in support of option 2. Some people want a substitute motion, but I also understand. Thank you, Jonathan, for doing some alteration on those markets that you're targeting in that first draft. And I feel a lot more comfortable with it, even just expanding it to include Phoenix and Las Vegas, as opposed to just like Tooele County.
Yeah.
I can definitely go for option 2 if the motion fails.
Well, I really want to go for option 1.
All right. Any further discussion before I call for a vote on Mary's motion?
I mean, I haven't heard from Trish yet. It sounds like 3 people lean toward option 2 and 3 lean toward option 1. And I'll offer an amendment to change it to option 2 if I think it would succeed. But it's just quicker, not to bother if I know it won't succeed. Trish.
Keeping your cards close.
That's right.
All right. I respect that. Yeah. All right, then.
Well, okay. In that case, I move to amend Mary's motion to change option 1 to option 2.
I'll second.
All right. I have a move to amend by Kevin and a second by Sarah. Discussion on the move to amend.
I mean, I think Kevin said it very well that we have this long-term goal in marketing, and increasing our fly campaign is still going to increase business for locals here. I just think that it does it in that little bit of a more intentional and better way, perhaps.
All right. Thanks, Sarah. I will call for a vote on the move to amend. All those in favor of amending the original motion, raise your hand, say aye. All those opposed. Motion to amend passes 5-2 with Commissioners McGann and Hadler in opposition. So now we have to vote on the motion, correct? All right, any further discussion on the motion to approve option 2?
I just will note that there is not a dramatic difference between option 1 and option 2, percentage wise in the spending. It's a relatively modest sense. So even though I was prepared to support option 1, if option 2 couldn't prevail, I hope people who supported option 1 can live with option 2. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I am disappointed option 1 looks like it. That's true. That's true. But I very much appreciate the ad spend either way. So I'll just put that out there. Any other discussion? All right. We'll vote on the amended motion. All those in favor of the amended motion favoring option 2, raise your hand. Say aye. All those opposed. All right, the motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner McGann in opposition. Thank you. Did you get that, Gabe? Awesome. All right.
Really quickly, before we move on, I can't make a point of order, but there are a number of items that Ben or I could speak to that are fairly quick. We are at a conference in Oklahoma City at the moment, and if there's any way that we could just go through those items and get us out of here, that would be greatly appreciated. If that's not possible, we're more than happy to do our duty and be here until we're done here.
Oh, absolutely. You're right. Yeah, August, can you hold on for citizens to be heard real quick?
Yep.
It is, it's 6:15. We have a citizens to be heard session at 6 o'clock. Our last item took about 20 minutes. So if there's any citizens in the chambers who would like to come forward and be heard, please do. It looks like there are none in the chambers. Are there any citizens on Zoom who would care to speak? You can either unmute and turn on your camera or raise a hand. Is that Dan I see? Did you just unmute, Dan? Oh, okay. All right, it looks like we don't have anyone on Zoom to be heard either. Evan?
I would move to table items E, F, and G, and H until later in the meeting.
All right, I have a motion by Evan to table items E through H until later in the meeting.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner Clapper, second by Commissioner Stock. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of tabling those items, raise your hand.
I'm so this is just so we can move item I earlier.
Right, August.
J.
Should we add item K to that?
I just was gonna jump to item A and keep rolling, but anyway. And I would like to amend my motion to also table item K.
Yeah, please.
We probably would have been there by now.
I just redrafted this, right, Valerie? We redrafted the policies and procedures of the governing bodies where you could sort of move the agenda around just by acquiescence, basically say, we object to do this.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's how we drafted it. Okay.
We didn't update it, but I think what was in there was already.
Yeah, but I think in previous meetings, we've just if there's general agreement, we've moved the agenda around.
Move forward and not, okay.
Yeah, so you can just say, does anybody object to moving to use agenda items first and then just don't do that.
All right. Does anyone object to moving, I guess, agenda items I, J, and L forward? All right. We'll move on to item Aye. Utah Cooperative Marketing Program Round 2022, August. Grant.
Thanks all for the flexibility there. I really appreciate it. So this item is very straightforward. The commission already approved the application for this program this summer. We were awarded $225,000, and this is simply signing the MOU to receive the first disbursement of that money. So there's no substantive change to policy, simply approving the MOU. So the way that the grant program works is that upfront, we get a 75% disbursement, which would be $168,750. And then upon completion of the program and submission of a final report, we get the final 25%, and we'd likely get that next summer.
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion.
Great.
I move to approve the Cooperative Marketing Program 2022 grant award of $225,000 and enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Utah Office of Tourism.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Stock, second by Commissioner McGann. Any discussion, questions for August? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Motion passes 7-0.
You're welcome, August.
Moving on, item 14J, Housing Fair, Moab Housing Fair Series Grant, Ben Alter, Economic Development Specialist. Go ahead, Ben, from Oklahoma City.
Everyone. Yes. I don't know how well the illusion is working, but August and I are 3 feet away from each other. Today's item before you is to approve funds for what is being called the Moab Housing Fair. I have Laura Harris on the call with me who might be able to answer more substantive questions about what this series of events is going to look like. We are looking to fund it for this first year and have HASU really take over the planning and implementation of it in conjunction with the Housing Task Force. So we've had some great discussions about these events. This is coming from the Rural County Grant Part A grant award that we received. This is the for fiscal year 22. This is the last disbursement we have left in that, and our Economic Development Advisory Board numerous months ago moved to allocate these funds for workforce housing support. And so with that in mind, we are aiming to put on a series of events during the off-season months and target folks who could likely benefit from information around tenant landlord policies, around understanding what's in the pipeline for true affordable housing in our community, and essentially getting out the information that we may know and breathe, but that other folks may not have as much access to, either because they're very busy, especially during peak season months, or because we just haven't done a great job at targeting them in the past. So I think that a lot of the programming that you'll see in these events are things that you've seen in previous housing events, but I'm really excited by Laura and HASU and the task force focus on bringing in folks who we have not been able to engage in the past, especially folks who may speak English as a second language, and again, people who may have tough schedules during those peak season months that we haven't engaged before. So I'm happy to answer questions about the funding aspects, and if you have programmatic questions, I would encourage you to ask Laura, who is on the line with us right now. And yeah.
Great, thanks, Ben. Mary?
I've sat in on all these meetings and I think this is a great idea. So I move to approve and award the Housing Authority of Southeastern Utah, HASU, a $12,000 grant for the purpose of developing a Moab Housing Fair event series.
Great, I have a motion.
I'll second that.
And a second. Any discussion, questions for Ben or Laura? I agree, this looks great, Ben. Thanks for the work on it.
Yeah, I'm
stoked to see this coming.
excited to see this getting off the ground, and I hope it's a start, because I think that this public engagement is such a crucial piece right now in terms of getting people educated and on the same page and kind of knowing what actually exists in Grand County.
Yes.
Thank you all. Send your thanks to Laura. She's the one who's really really spearheading this. I'm just
Awesome.
opening up the wallet.
Thanks, Laura.
Appreciate that. Yes. Thank you all. Save the date for December 5th. So more
All
details.
right.
to
Already have.
Great. Thanks all.
All right. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Laura and Ben.
Thank you.
Let's see, housing fair, that's 14J. We'll move on to item 14L, approving voluntary appointment to the Travel Council Advisory Board. Again, back to August.
Start with a motion if you like.
Sure, that'd be great, sir, if you'd like to.
Okay, I move to approve the appointment of Brian Hunnings to serve on the Travel Council Advisory Board with a term expiring 12/31/2024.
Before we go too fast, Mallory and I took a quick look at the terms, and the date is wrong. It should be a 2025 expiration on this particular board position.
All right, I'm changing my motion with the term expiring 12/31/2024. 2025.
Great. Thank you. Second. Okay, I have a motion on the table to approve Brian Hunnings for the Travel Council Advisory Board by Commissioner Stock and a second by Commissioner McGann. Any discussion?
I'll just say I was sitting on the Travel Council meeting when Brian was interviewed, and I think he displayed a lot of knowledge about tourism in general and the subtleties and the issues that face communities like ours. So I feel good about this choice.
Awesome. That's great. All right, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. I think Ben and August, you guys, looks like you're off the hook.
All right. Thank you all so much. Have a good rest of your meeting, and we'll see you in Moab soon.
Thanks.
Okay. Bye.
All right.
Ditto. Thanks, everyone.
So if I'm correct, we are moving back to item 14E, adopting proposed resolution allocating healthcare facilities, sales, and use tax revenues received during calendar year 2023 to eligible entities. Chris Baird.
Okay, so this is the beginning of a few different action items relating to district allocations. So this is in relation to the sales tax that's collected for rural healthcare facilities. So I can share my screen here. The only difference really between this year and what's being requested for next year has to do with this tax. So they're proposing a shift of 3% from the healthcare special service district to the EMS special service district. And so 57-43% split. And by my calculations based on projections, so I'm at this point, I'm just projecting flat. You know, I'm taking the projection from 2022 and carrying it straight across to 2023 with no growth. That's, you know, hopefully conservative. And so those numbers are relative to projecting out. The 2022 column was from last year. The numbers are a little higher because the projections were higher. I think that 2022 is going to end up basically the same as 23 total in terms of total collections. So it's about a $90,000 shift based on my projections from the healthcare service special service district EMS. EMS also gets a contribution of 50% of the PILT if you approve it that way. And so you can see the totals are pretty close to each other. Maybe Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District possibly getting a little more than EMS between those allocations.
Yes, Evan.
This is the least tug of war that this body's dealt with since this tax was created or approved. And so with that in mind, I don't want to tweak it from how they presented it. So I would move to adopt the resolution allocating healthcare facility sales and use tax revenues received during calendar year 2023.
Thanks, Evan. All right. I saw Sarah first. So a motion by Commissioner Clapper and a second by Commissioner Stock. Any further discussion on this?
I had kind of more a general question for Chris, and maybe I would know the answer if I was able to attend the last budget advisory board meeting, but you know, we're making these decisions now, and then we're making decisions on the rest of the budget later. But you know, conceivably, you know, there's some interaction between the two. Maybe we might need to make up fund shortfalls with general fund money, things like that. So are we just doing these early because of some statutory deadline, or just to get out of the way because there's so much work for the budget?
These districts can't do their budget until we make this out.
Okay.
So the longer we wait, the less amount of time they have to pass their budget. So they're all on a calendar year also, so they're on the same timeline.
Okay, that makes sense.
You know, the only one that really affects Grant County is the TRT allocation. The rest of them are passed through. We're not a healthcare provider, so we can't even take any of that rural healthcare sales tax into Grant County. And then we also can't take mineral lease or state PILT because then it would offset our federal PILT allocation by exactly the same amount.
Right, but presumably it could go the other way. Like if we thought one of these districts didn't have enough money, then we could conceivably do that. And I think the transportation special service district eventually affects our bottom line in the county. So
yeah, we can talk about that when we get to it. But yeah, the reason we do it now is just so that they have time to do their budgeting.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense. And a separate comment. I like Evan. I'm glad that we didn't have to listen to a lot of inter-district fighting for the health sales tax. I do really strongly hope that the district can pay the dish payment. That's another thing. And then finally, I think it's we've discussed this before at the districts, but I just want to reiterate it every chance I get, which is unlike every other county that collects the health sales tax. We're only collecting 0.5%. We could collect 1%. I think our sales taxes are heavily subsidized by tourists, so it's better to use a sales tax than a property tax to fund things. And so I urge the EMS and the healthcare special service district to do work with us to maybe consider taking that up to 1%. So
yeah, well said, Kevin. And and I appreciate the EMS and healthcare working together to make this easier on us this year. All right, I have a motion by Evan and a second by Sarah. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And motion passes unanimously, 7-0. We'll move on to item 14F, approving allocations of transient room tax funds for calendar year 2023. Back to Chris.
All right. So the first allocation that's being proposed, which is the same as was approved for 2022, is a contribution to the Recreation Special Service District for their youth sports programming. There's two components to it. There's the grant program that they provide for accelerated sports teams, and then also to help them cover their interlocal agreement with Moab City Recreation. Great. So that's what those two are. Those actually come out of the part of the TRT that's carved out for the establishment of recreation conventions. So that part doesn't come out of our impact side of the TRT. It comes out of the other side.
Great, thanks, Chris.
And the second one is $400,000 to the Solid Waste Special Service District, and this one does come from the impact mitigation side. So it does, I guess you could say impact our bottom line because we would be able to use it otherwise, but it's specifically called out in statute that solid waste is eligible for this money, and I think the district has shown that they're impacted by tourism. So we made this allocation last year, recommending we do the same again.
Great. Mary?
I move to direct the Budget Advisory Board to draft an inclusion in the 2023 tentative budget allocating as follows from the transient room tax: $400,000 to the Grand County Solid Waste Special Service District and $137,000 to the Grand County Recreation Service District.
Thank you.
Second that.
All right. I have a motion by Mary and a second by Trish. Any discussion on this?
I mean, I just think the order of operations here is a little tricky because where I see the Recreation Special Service District is a place where perhaps we could have some buffer, like when Jim was giving the presentation, he was like, we could pave the zone, you know? So it's hard for me just to be like, all right, let's just give them everything they're asking for right now without seeing the rest of our county budget. But I guess I understand that the process just has to be a little backwards right now.
That allocation, I mean, that allocation would be in competition, you know, I guess with the Film Commission or the Trail Ambassador Program.
Right.
Because it's the same pot of money. But I'm pretty familiar with the rec district's budget. You know, they're super lean. I don't know that they would be able to do the youth sports component of their mission without this injection.
Right, but that's going specifically to the youth sports.
Yeah, and I think in the future, if the mineral lease money comes back up, you know, we might be able to ease off on that TRT allocation. It's really mostly come into existence because the mineral lease dropped off. So, you know, 2013, 2015 through 2015, probably the biggest oil and gas production year in Grant County's history. And they were, you know, doing very well.
Yeah.
But that's, you know, almost all that dropped off now. And so, you know, over the years, we've had to take on, you know, a lot of their expenses. You know, it's just the way it's going.
Yeah, I served on that board last year and it was tight. Trish is on the board this year, so I'm not as.
The majority of the money we send them just goes to paying off the MRAC debt and
Right. Yeah.
agreement.
And helping out with OSTA a little bit as well. Yeah.
So I feel okay about the 130,000 to the rec board district for the reasons given, and because it's just, you know, competing with some other programs that seem to be adequately funded at the moment. On the other hand, the $400,000 to the solid waste district, that's basically, you know, because things are fungible, that's general fund money, you know, that we have to make. And, you know, not opposed to doing it. I'm just saying that when we make this allocation, and Chris, correct me if you disagree, but you know, we should think of this as general fund money. So we could give more or less, you know, depending on how much help we think the solid waste special service district needs. I'm fine with what's proposed, but I just want to make sure that, you know, just because TRT is so complicated and it's divided into 4 different funds, you know, every time we decide to spend TRT money, it's right. The considerations are a little different. So.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that money could go into offsetting law enforcement, you know, more than it is. And, you know, it helped our bottom line, but Evan last year, was, you know, fairly convincing and materials that he provided. You know, I'm kind of going more off of what I saw last year than this year. So I'm still convinced that it's an appropriate allocation.
And could someone, either Chris or Mary, remind me what are the other sources of funding for the solid waste special service district?
Fees.
And their contract with the city.
And their contract with the city.
Okay.
And fees to the Moab landfill and and franchise agreements for Klondike.
Thanks. Yeah. All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. The motion was by Mary and the second by Trish. All those in favor, raise your hand. And it looks like that one passes 7-0, unanimous. All right, on to item G, selecting secure rural schools election and approving allocations. Back to Chris.
All right, I don't know how you want to go into this because it's not a lot of money, but the last time that we were actually able to change our election for how this money can be allocated was 2013. We have the opportunity to change it again. Right now, we're dedicating 100% of our SRS to Title I, which can go to roads and schools. You know, we do a 50-50 split. There is the option, though, of electing to also put about 15 to 20% of that money into Title III, which is a variety of different projects, county-related projects, you know, so that would be associated with the forest, like fire mitigation programs, these kind of things. But the problem with the Title III is it comes with a real heavy public administration costs. I mean, there's a 45-day public comment period and then a whole bunch of reporting requirements. It's just, in my opinion, too onerous to even consider Title III just because it's would be such a small amount of money and just a big burden red tape wise. But there is that option, so it says here Title III projects carry out activities under the Firewise Communities Program, reimburse the participating county for search and rescue services, cover training costs and equipment directly related to emergency service, develop and carry out community wildfire protection plans, and provide or expand access to broadband telecommunications. So those things are all good. But I just, I guess I'm just saying, I don't think that the red tape associated with Title III is worth it. I recommend just sticking with Title I and get 50-50 split.
Thanks, Mary.
I move to send the attached letter to the Utah Department of Government Operations indicating the Grand County elects to use 100% of its secure rural school allocation for Title I uses and to allocate 50% of the funding to the Grand County School District and 50% of to the Grand County Transportation District.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mary, second.
I'll second.
Thanks, Kevin. Any further discussion or questions for Chris?
This is, oh,
No, go ahead.
oh, this is very minor, but I just noticed on the letter that it says Dear Ms. Smith for Mr. Mark Smith.
I can change that before I send it.
Nice catch.
And if I'm reading the table, well, actually, you got it up now. So we're just talking about splitting roughly $30,000 in half.
28,000, yeah.
Okay.
Right. Any more discussion? All right, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. We're on to item H, adopting proposed resolution allocating mineral lease funds and state PILT allocated to Grand County by the state of Utah during calendar year 2023 to eligible special service districts and or to the school district. Chris.
All right, last one with this district allocations. So the mineral lease funding is royalties that private sector pays the federal government to make use of the mineral assets. Not everything's eligible for mineral lease royalties, but in Grand County, it predominantly comes from oil and gas. Then the state PILT is like a payment in lieu of taxes for state land, similar to the federal PILT. So state lands are tax exempt. So this is, a minor contribution, I guess, to help offset that. The only difference really that I've noticed in my projections is the state PILT came up a little bit this year. So that's reflected in the projections that I have here. I'm still kind of projecting mineral leases to hang around the same levels. So that would be 50% of state PILT going to the EMS Special Service District, 23% of the Utah Department of Finance mineral lease going to Recreation Special Service District, 65% of the DWS mineral lease going toward Recreation Special Service District, and then 30% of the state PILT to Recreation Special Service District. Moving on to the school district, there's 10% of Utah Division of Finance mineral lease going to them, 20% state PILT to the school district, and then we already covered the rural schools there. Transportation districts, 57% UDOF appropriated mineral lease, and moving on to solid waste, also providing them with the contribution 10% UDOF mineral lease and 35% DWS mineral lease.
there's two different statutory allocations, mineral lease. That's why there's two different line items for it. And it's all exactly the same as last year, the percentages.
All right, thank you. What causes state PILT to go up, Chris?
I don't know. I haven't seen it go up that much. But I'm also just working off of the financial statements that they gave me. It used to be the state PILT would come to Grand County and then we would disperse it. But they changed that this year. So I didn't even see it come. So I'm just going off of the financial statements, and I'm assuming they're accurate, but.
Right.
So is state PILT based on civil lands or just state sovereign lands?
You know, I think it's
because we've been gaining civil lands, so that might cause it to go up.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think not all civil lands are state owned. They administer lands for other private entities around the state. But I think the portion that is decidedly state owned is, you know, a part of a component of it, sovereignty. I would assume anyway. I'm not really sure. I haven't looked at the formula in a long time. There's a formula associated with it. I think it's population based also.
Right. Yes, Kevin.
So I move to adopt a resolution allocating mineral lease and state PILT funds to eligible districts as per the resolution attached to the agenda item.
Thank you.
Second that.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner Hedin. Further discussion or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. All right, thanks, Chris. And if I get this right, I think we're up to item 14K, Ride Moab Conditional Use Permit. Elisa Martin, Planning and Zoning. Is Elisa on Zoom?
I'm here. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't be there in person tonight. I'm just a little under the weather. Okay, I'm going to share my screen for the site plan for Ride Moab. Do you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. So the applicant is seeking approval of a conditional use permit for the purposes of operating a non-ATV guide service and facility with retail. Ride Moab Industry has held a Grand County business license since 2017 as a motorcycle guide and online retail sales business, and would like to establish a brick and mortar location for their operations. A conditional use permit is required for outfitter guide service and non-ATV rental businesses located in the general business zoning district. An approved CUP would permit the applicant to conduct their business operations at the subject property, which will include motorcycle and e-bike rentals, guide services, and retail sales associated with such business. The property is located on the corner of Jackson Street and Highway 191 between two existing commercial properties, a fitness facility and a retail auto parts store, which are separated by Jackson Street. Epic 4x4 sits across the street, and the adjacent property to the rear is a residential dwelling. Like the subject parcel, this residential dwelling to the rear is also located in the general business zoning district. The existing 5,650 square foot structure has 3 units plus associated parking area. The commercial space has been home to many commercial uses over the years, including Vernon Rocky's E&E Motorcycle Sports Shop, Sears Roebuck Appliance Sales, Southeastern Appliance Store, Canyonland Auto, and most recently Gearheads. The front unit of the property is is currently occupied by a trade shop retail business. Unit C is currently unoccupied storage space utilized by the property owner, and Ride Moab would operate within the currently vacant Unit B of the structure. Grand County Planning staff and building inspector conducted a site visit to observe the potential impacts the use may have in relation to Land Use Code Section 9.10.5 conditional use criteria and Section 9.10.6 conditions of approval. It was determined that the potential impacts of the outfitter guide and rental service include some increase in noise that would be detectable to the neighboring residential use. This is expected to be mitigated with the unique way that the existing structure is situated on the property, with the side of the building extending nearly the length of the property line that abuts a residential use and acting as a buffer. Additional noise mitigating measures may be imposed with updates to the land use code prior to December 31st, 2022. In August 2022, Grand County initiated a process via committee to update its land use code to regulate businesses which produce noise differently than businesses that do not produce noise. As drafted, the land use code update would define businesses producing noise to include motorized outfitters and guides and car repair shops, car washes, bars, clubs, kennels, etc. Future revisions to section 3.2.3 will apply to the property use per conditions of approval in the resolution approving this CUP. Increased traffic on the property was discussed with the road supervisor and determined that dedicated ingress and egress would be required along Jackson Street, accomplished with a temporary measure at this time until the scheduled spring 2023 right-of-way drainage work along Jackson Street is complete. Upon completion of that work, a more permanent measure will be discussed with the road supervisor to permanently block the portion of frontage on Jackson Street that poses a hazard. Site plan approval will include an improvements agreement, which will address the future improvements to the dedicated access. Parking is provided on site with total of 18 stalls, 13 of which are dedicated to Unit A and B, which is Ride Moab, or would be. Other site improvements include the addition of unit identification lettering for addressing purposes. This can be achieved with the addition of adding A, B, and C addresses to the site of the structure. This addressing measure has been verified and finalized in the recorder's office. Because the land use element has not been updated yet, I'll be referencing the 2012 general plan. The proposed guide service and rental business is consistent with the 2012 general plan section 3.2 vision, goals, and strategy, goal 2, strategy A. However, the proposed use is not consistent with the residential infill future land use plan designation for this location, which calls for single family residential and multifamily residential. The applicant meets the requirements for the outfitter guide service and facility per land use code section 3.3.2. Staff has reviewed the proposed use against the criteria in section 9.10.5 conditional use criteria and found that the detrimental effects of the proposed use can be mitigated. Noise-related external impacts of the guide and rental business will be mitigated per upcoming amendments to section 3.2.3 of the land use code, which will require additional measures to prevent noise pollution. A condition of approval is included to require compliance of eventual updates to the land use code. Staff recommendation is neutral. Do you all have any questions, clarifying questions on this CUP?
Yeah, I have a question. So in the CUP narrative, the fifth attachment, the conditional use criteria narrative information, is that, are those narrative specific something that will either presently or in future conditional use language be required, or is this just the business saying that they will do this? Does that make sense?
You need to include any conditions that the commission deems necessary to mitigate anticipated impacts.
So there are not current conditions in the code for this.
I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but the agenda summary has proposed conditions. So those are the only conditions. Yeah.
Well, there's a narrative document that, the conditions are sort of fleshed out. So the conditions that are in the land use code, which I think is like effect on environment, compatible with surrounding area. Well, those aren't really conditions. Those are, I'm not sure.
Right, that's the criteria.
That is the applicant's narrative, and so yeah, we kind of use that to base our staff report on in terms of incorporating what they thought. It's just part of the application process. The applicant needs to provide their own sort of mitigation measures and explanation of the impacts so that we can get a better understanding of the uses and the impacts and then address those in the staff report and the resolution. But
okay, but the particulars of the business owner's narrative are not sort of legally required.
No, nope, they're not legally required. I do know that they have said that they are going to be trailering the motorcycles. So that's something that we're not requiring at this point, but we don't have that in our land use code as a requirement. So, yeah, basically those things are what the applicant is stating, but we can't require certain things at this point.
I guess I just wanted to ask a clarification. It seems like in the application that there actually won't be that much noise impact because of the way you guys describe the business happening. But I just wanted to clarify that are you planning on like washing motorcycles or moving them around the site at all or anything like that?
Maybe, and guys, the applicants are here, but we have a mic here.
Yeah, come on
Do you
up.
mind coming up and then?
And you are Kaylee and Tyler, is that right?
Right.
Okay.
Tyler is my wife.
Thanks for your patience sitting through our very long
You guys
meeting.
want to run for county commission now?
Brought me back to my county council member days.
When I got on the council, she was.
I have Alicia's position
Oh,
for
wow.
5 years, so it was kind of nice to be back.
She always gave us ice water. It was such a joy.
Yeah. So to answer your question, we do trailer our bikes unless they are street legal bikes. So in terms of that is like, if you buy a bike and it's not a street legal bike, in order to make that a street legal bike, we would have to go through the state process to do that. Well, our bikes are trailered. So unless we buy them directly from the manufacturer, street legal, then that's the only time that those bikes will leave the facility. And we only have 3 of those bikes currently. That's not to say that we couldn't increase that, but we're not looking to increase that at this time.
That's not for tours, but for
those are for rentals. Yeah. So I mean, those bikes do meet your EPA like stamp standards. Those bikes actually tend to be a lot quieter than even your typical like Harley or Indian motorcycles that are anywhere near. It's actually pretty quiet, and the bikes are rolled out of the garage, they're started, and they're taken off from that location. But the majority of our bikes are trailered to the trailhead. So anything that's not street legal is always trailered because that's.
Can you say majority? Can you give us a percent?
Yeah. So like in terms of like how many bikes we have going out approximately, I would say that's probably close to 90%.
Yeah, 90% would be trailered
to the trailhead. Yeah. And there's not going to be any like bike washing or mechanicking in that area at all. We do have like a small mechanic area, but we're really trying to keep it a really nice retail space. So we have like a nice booking area. It's kind of set up like a retail store. So essentially just a nice clean area that we can meet our clients in.
Do you have plans to get into electric motorcycles?
It's been talked about, yeah, and discussed, and we have a friend who is a distributor that we've kind of branched into that, but not in the next year or so. But.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, still waiting to hear more about how the whole manufacturing process is going.
Sure.
Get on the crisp of it.
It's such a new endeavor.
It is new. Yeah.
Looking for in terms of that market. But
And you guys have been doing tours for the last 5 years?
since approximately 2017. Yeah.
Okay, great. And have you done e-bike tours as well in the past, or?
No, and we're not planning to do e-bike tours. So our e-bikes that we do have are more like cruisers, like you would see at like Pedigo. Yeah, they're more. We don't really imagine people really taking those like off onto any major trails, like maybe down some dirt roads.
Sure.
But they're more of like a street cruiser, kind of get around town and have something fun to do after you're exhausted from a motorcycle ride.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I mean, I guess the one spot where I'm like, maybe this would drive the neighbors crazy is if those few street legal things get driven off and they're like, I'm gonna go up this dirt road just to see what it's like, and then get onto the highway and go off. But so I'm not exactly sure what to do here with conditional.
Well, a couple of things. The property next door is commercially zoned. So it is being used for residential, but it's commercially zoned. I think that's important to know. And we have started a process to update the code, as Elisa said, to distinguish between these businesses with a noise impact and businesses without. And I think you'll see that pretty soon, actually, and we are committed to getting it done by the end of the year. And we, these guys agreed to be bound by whatever that ends up looking like. And at first we had sort of written into the conditions what we expect that to look like. But in the end, we don't really know. And they've agreed to be bound by whatever that looks like because of this pending changes already started. So that's why you see the condition that says, as long as we pass that by the end of the year, we can't bind them to agree to changes forever into the future. But, in terms of our current draft, and so those are going to be things you're going to see more express requirements about our noise ordinance. You are going to see on property lines where there's an adjacent residentially zoned property that there's going to be a soundproof barrier fencing required, but that wouldn't apply here because that's actually a commercially zoned property next to them. It could be something that you guys would require for any property used for residential use, but I think Elise would tell you that's not best practice for planning, right? For buffering and all that stuff. So anyway, that's the point of that condition, is like whatever that looks like, they're agreeing to abide by that update. And Kevin's sat in on the most recent meeting and looked at a draft. It's been a few weeks, but he might have some perspective too on what that looks like. Were you there too? I can't remember.
I had to leave early.
Okay.
At that one, so I didn't get into the meat of it. That was.
Yeah, I mean, I would somewhat agree. It does concern me with Jackson Street that people are going to want to run up Jackson really quick to the dirt, and that's all residential. And I know some of those residents, and so that's a huge concern for me. And hopefully, it's something that you guys will not allow.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, we can say that we don't have it in writing,
So
but
traditionally, from my experience, whenever people come and rent from us
Yeah.
and what have you, they're in an excitement just to get to their day.
Okay.
Because they have
Okay,
like this large plan. We spend a lot of time.
Great.
I have a lot of connection with the people that I'm working with.
Good.
And we go over maps and
Okay.
so I get a long, detailed education and etiquette
Okay,
of
great.
things such as what you're saying.
Right.
So if that were to happen, it would be almost
right.
non-existent.
Okay, great. I know that you guys, you know what it's like to live. I already feel bad for those people in general, just because of that trailhead and the amount of traffic that they see from people like me that are hikers, but also there's people camping. I mean, it's that area is kind of a hot mess. And then, we're getting a lot of feedback of the neighborhood behind Epic, and they're being tortured, right? And
Yeah,
so
we have
just so
heard
you
that.
guys understand that this idea that Epic's sitting there and so just more noise is okay, that neighborhood's being tortured right now.
we
They're struggling
definitely
a lot.
don't
So-
have that attitude going into
Okay,
this.
great.
Yeah.
Good.
We're trying to
Good.
be
That
as
makes me-
conscientious as we
Yeah, I
possibly
mean,
can,
you guys know you live here and you live in a neighborhood, and so anyways, I've just, wanted to kind of pass that along, like we're getting a lot of letters from that neighborhood and they're really struggling, right? I mean, understandably, you're really close to the highway, however, it's beyond highway noise that they're dealing with.
Right.
So I just kind of wanted to convey that, concerns.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Yeah, Mary?
I want to start out with just personal and emotional. I'm just really excited to see two young people who had a dream in 2015, 16 and make that dream come true. I mean, they've been successfully doing their business outside their garage. And they're concerned about the environment. They educate their people. And when he goes on tours, when he takes people on tours, he also educates them even further because he can do it right there. So I'm really excited about that. And from my understanding in the workshops I've taken, a conditional use permit is administrative, not legislative. And so that being said, we can't vote against it just because of an emotional feeling. We have to have a finding. So with that, I move to adopt the finding of fact from the staff report dated August 22nd, 2022, and approve the Ride Moab Industry Outfitter Guide Service and Facility Conditional Use Permit for Grand County parcel number 02-0SWE0009 as illustrated in the site plan dated August 2nd, 2022, with the following conditions in order to mitigate reasonable anticipated detrimental effects of the proposed use and to ensure the compliance with pending updates to the land use code related to mitigating noise pollution. 1. Permittee owner agrees to comply with commercial use standards set forth for outfitters and guide services or similar categories in LUC section 3.2.3 as amended through December 31st, 2022. Number 2, CUP review is required each year for compliance on the anniversary of approval per LUC section 9.10 and 3. A dedicated ingress/egress along Jackson Street shall be required. This measure may be temporary in nature until after spring 2023. Drainage work in the right-of-way is completed. At that time, permittee owner or property owner shall discuss with the Grand County Road Supervisor a permanent solution to block the opening access along the entire property bordering with Jackson Street, which creates a hazard.
Give a slightly revised language for the last sentence per Bill Jackson.
I was about to.
Do you have it? I don't have it.
Per Bill Jackson
Yeah,
Road.
so if you'll accept a friendly amendment, at least sent out an email earlier today, changing number 3. So we had a dedicated.
It's just the last sentence.
Okay.
I think there were some differences earlier as well. Yeah,
Or do we want to read that?
So
what she sent out?
dedicated egress along Jackson Street shall be required, however, upon completion of the spring 2023 drainage work in the right of way, the permittee owner of property or property owner shall discuss with the Grand County Road Supervisor a permanent solution to block a portion of Jackson Street frontage that creates a hazard.
All right, thank you. Should I take that as a second, Kevin? Or is that an amended motion?
Just a clarification.
Cleaning up.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's just cleaning up that.
All right, then I have a motion by Mary. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Evan. Motion by Commissioner McGann, second by Commissioner Clapper. Any further discussion?
And this is it's a rental property, or you guys are?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with that in mind, you know, that it's not as huge of a investment in commercial property. I think that, you know, there's a big preference to see operations like this happening in a commercial zone rather than out of a home garage that probably has potential to impact neighborhoods more than along the highway, and the willingness to comply with future land use codes that are potentially coming down the pipe, and this being up for annual review. I'm excited to see the opportunity for an outfitter to find a spot on Main Street for walk-in traffic.
Yes, Kevin?
Yeah, so as some other people have pointed out, you know, there has been a lot of concern about the effects of UTV rental. I know you're not renting UTVs, UTV rental businesses with noise, both immediately adjacent to the business and also people driving off the property through there. And of course, I think motorcycles are similar to UTVs in terms of the amount of noise they create. But you know, the fact that you were agreeing to comply with the whatever amendments we passed to the land use code before the end of the year, and I'm hoping that those are going to be some pretty effective noise mitigation measures. You know, that seems significant to me, as well as the fact that there'll be an annual review. So. But plus the fact that it sounds like your business plans are to almost always use trailering and things like that, which is, you know, very significant. But you know, what we always worry about is, you know, when we grant some kind of permit, you know, the current, you know, people might agree to do something, but it can change in the future. So.
Some of the largest complaints we've had are more like after business hour operations of like when the tours are back, rearranging stock, washing things, that kind of stuff. So as you kind of come up with your daily routine, You can keep that in mind. You know, once people are up and doing their day, they're not so worried about, you know, when they're still in bed or trying to get to bed.
Do you guys have another location that you maintenance bikes at?
Just so currently, I do a lot of the work at my personal garage, and like, you don't necessarily need to run them very often.
Okay.
It's just to maybe inspect and just ensure that it functions.
Yeah.
But that's currently how I manage it, and it like helps me focus to make sure I don't have any mechanical mistakes being bothered by customers.
If you want to send out a clean bike though, I mean, known as the guy with dirty bikes.
Yeah. So we wash bikes at car washes.
Yeah, I would echo what a lot of folks have said, specifically around the Epic across the street and what a problem that's been in general, both looking at your website and also your application. I just perceive a very respectful and responsible tone. I like talking about riding as therapy. I see a different tenor than I see in a lot of motorized businesses, and I appreciate all of that. And that's why I talk about wanting to codify as much of this as possible, because I really like the language you guys use in your narrative and your sort of dedication to trailering and to not running bikes on the premise, and generally just being good neighbors and good citizens. So I really like your application. Thank you.
Yeah. Any further discussion? All right, I'll call for a vote. I have a motion by Mary and a second by Evan. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And that passes 7-0. Good luck, guys.
Good luck, you guys.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry you had to.
Endure.
You had to come in earlier.
Very educational.
All right.
If you had to come in earlier, I would have suggested going home and watching on YouTube until.
I needed to be here again.
All right. All right, on to item 14M, appointing members to the Budget Advisory Board. Back to you, Chris.
Okay, so the board interviewed Renee Baker, Shaylee Bryant, and Candace Eddy, and recommended Renee Baker for the department head position and Shaylee Bryant for the citizen position, terms ending December 31, 2023. So they'll do this year and next year and then be up again.
All right, so that's for Renee and Shaylee. Yeah, great. Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to appoint Renee Baker and Shaylee Bryant to the Budget Advisory Board, terms ending December 31st, 2023.
All right.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Sarah, second by Trish. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. And the motion passes unanimously, 6-0, with Commissioner Clapper absent. On to item 14N, appointment of David Condi to the Grand County Cemetery Board. And looks like Evan is presenting this one.
I can present it.
Okay, Mary.
I move to the appointment of David Condi to serve on the Grand County Cemetery Maintenance District Board with the term expiring 12/31/2022.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Mary and a second by Trish. Any other discussion on David? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously, 6-0, with Commissioner Clapper absent. We are on to our consent agenda, which is lengthy today.
Thank God we didn't have to do it.
Let's see. Our consent agenda consists of item 15A, ratify letter of support for the International Day of Peace. Item 15B, ratify the letter of support for the city of Moab. Item 15C, ratify co-op law enforcement annual operating and financial plan. Grand County USDA Forest Service. Item D, approving consulting services agreement for expert witness services with Dr. David L. Corwin, MD. Item E, agreement between Grant County and the Utah Department of Natural Resources, Division of Wildlife Resources, Underwatershed Restoration Initiative Project number 5903, Colorado River 6.0. Item 15F, annual Southeast Utah Association of Local Governments contract agreement, SULAG contract ombudsman, and that is our consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I move to accept the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mary.
I'll second that.
All right, motion to accept the consent agenda by Commissioner McGann, second by Commissioner Hedin. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda, raise your hand. And it looks like it passes unanimously, 7-0. Awesome. We're on to our final public hearing. Public hearing to consider an ordinance to amend Article 4, Special Purpose Overlay Districts to establish an alternative dwelling overlay district pilot program. And this again is Elisa Martin.
Thank you, Jacques. Okay, I'll try to keep this somewhat brief. I know it's a big topic, so I appreciate your willingness to be here so late. The proposed alternative dwelling overlay pilot program is intended to designate areas for non-traditional housing to support our long-term or seasonal local workforce while respecting the character of existing neighborhoods and residential zones. The ADO district would provide a sanitary, regulated, and environmentally responsible living situation for residents who choose to live in their RVs, trailers, or other types of alternative dwellings throughout the county. Currently, unregulated RV camping living situations are having damaging effects on neighborhoods and the environment. Often unsanitary conditions exist, including illegal sewage disposal. Other negative impacts include parking in civic centers and public parks, and the unfair cost share for paying customers of the water and sewer system due to illegal hookups. The initiative originated in discussions at Planning Commission meetings in the winter of 2021 when PC members, Planning Commission members, and the members of the public expressed concern with the lack of available rentals and the overall high cost of rent, as well as the anticipation of the usual influx of seasonal workers needing a place to park their home. In March 2022, P&Z presented staff reports at 2 different commission meetings to discuss prioritizing specific land use code updates, which included the long-term camp park concept as a priority. In the following weeks, P&Z staff were directed by members of the commission and the Planning Commission to work up a draft code to update the land use code to allow long-term camp parks. We worked closely with the Planning Commission to develop use standards during several open to the public Planning Commission meetings in the weeks between April and July 2022. A public housing forum was held on August 3rd to solicit feedback on the ordinance, on the draft ordinance. Many local business owners were in attendance and provided valuable input on the opportunities and constraints with this type of development serving as employee housing. A public hearing on the alternative dwelling ordinance, as it had come to be called, was held at the Planning Commission meeting on August 8th and remained open until August 18th to receive additional comments. Public comments were considered and incorporated into the revised draft language as appropriate prior to and during the Planning Commission meeting on August 22nd. At that meeting, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the ADO ordinance. Since the Planning Commission public hearing, roughly 40 public comments and surveys have been submitted. Many concerned citizens are not in favor of the ADO ordinance, but there are also many citizens who support the initiative and would like to see it approved. Some of the key standards include half-acre minimum lot size, minimum 4 units to be considered an ADO. Utility hookups would be required, including impact fees paid. Maximum dwelling site is set at 1,200 square feet. The draft code language was modeled after the OAO district application procedures and standards. So within the applicability section, the commission is provided with a list of criteria to make findings upon when considering approval or denying an ADO district application. Those findings would be related to 1, the relative availability of workforce housing and affordable housing as defined in Article 10 of the Land Use Code, as compared to the fall of 2022 and current conditions according to housing indicators tracked by Planning and Zoning Department when available. And 2, impacts the proposed development may have on adjacent land uses and neighborhoods and the overall design of the proposed development according to the following criteria. Traffic impact. As a general rule, ADOs should be limited to parcels with main egress and ingress located on an arterial or collector street per the Unified Transportation Master Plan. Commute time, location of ADOs should be within 1 mile to work centers and commercial nodes. Historic use of the subject property, including a historic use of alternative dwellings. The compatibility with the existing community characteristics, existing density or future land use designation. Impact on water resources as compared to a single family dwelling development with an equivalent number of housing units as data is available. Overall design of the proposed development, including site design, landscaping, active open space provided, any amenities included, such as storage spaces or other communal spaces. And the other aspects of the draft code, which are critical to the success of this pilot program, are listed in the staff report as items to consider. And those include the pilot program terms, allowing wells and septic, occupancy requirements, to deed restrict or not, eligibility map or restricted area map versus the list of criteria to base findings upon, water and sewer hookups and the impact fees associated with those, density, the requirement to provide a communal kitchen, 1 restroom being required for all ADOs where there are 5 or less dwelling sites, and expiration or lapse of approval. So in wrapping up, I just want to reiterate that this initiative is only one small piece of the puzzle to provide opportunities for housing across the entire continuum of housing affordability. It is not meant to serve this segment of the community that would benefit from multifamily apartment style living. And that type of housing will be addressed with our future land use plan, which is underway. And the future land use plan will hopefully designate locations appropriate for multifamily development, which is definitely an important thing to consider as part of the overall housing needs. So staff recommendations is to review the draft code and the items to consider, especially items number 1 through 3, and suggest revisions or accept changes to the draft code either now or at the following commission meeting. And at the next meeting, either approve the ordinance with conditions to revise the draft code or deny the ordinance. That's my staff report. I don't know how much you guys want to get into it this evening because I know it's late, but definitely willing to answer any questions or clarify anything with the staff report or the draft.
Thanks, Alicia. Yeah, Mary.
No, when we did the HDHO high density overlay thing, we did have a workshop with the commission and the planning commission.
Mm-hmm.
And that helped a lot with understanding and getting questions answered. And I would like to propose that before we have public hearing tonight, it is open, but I, for one, would feel more comfortable deciding for or against this if we had more of a workshop and a study time for us to dive into it, in depth, get questions answered. Anyway, that's a request I have.
Do you see that as a good time for that being before the next commission meeting or its own separate workshop at some point, like next week? Or
I like the before commission meeting, so I don't have to
Yeah,
give up more
I
than one day.
would too. And I agree with Mary. I actually spoke with Mary about, we're just receiving a lot of feedback, pretty intense feedback.
I expect to receive a lot more this week too.
You're right.
Yeah.
And so I think it would be best for the county commission to meet with the planning commission and really kind of parse out some of the concerns before a commission meeting. That's my opinion.
And it is hard. It's no matter what we do. I remember with a high density overlay, we had a large amount of public clamor and public concern. It wasn't all clamor. There was some real concerns. And it was, we knew whichever way we went, we weren't going to make people were going to be upset. And this, I look at it in a lot the same way, that this is an important decision on both levels. I could argue either side. I just feel like I haven't been in the depths of studying it like I got to with the HDHO.
Right. Yeah, I think what you say, Mary, makes a lot of sense. I think this is an important and complex piece of legislation, and it probably deserves more talking time than some of the smaller ones. I do think we should take advantage of the time we have allotted at this meeting, though, to at least get some preliminary discussion out of the way, and then I think that can help make any upcoming discussions more focused.
And hear from the public. I think it's really important because this is the opportunity for the public to weigh in.
Yeah. Did you have something you wanted to add, Sarah?
No, I'd love to discuss it.
Right.
At some point, and a workshop sounds good.
Yeah, it does sound good. So should I open the public hearing now then? Right. Okay. Yes, I'll open the public hearing to consider an ordinance to amend Article 4 Special Purpose Overlay Districts to establish an alternative dwelling overlay district pilot program. And the public hearing will remain open until Wednesday, September 28th at 5 p.m. So public meeting is open. If anyone has a comment right now, looks like Steve, come forward.
So just another technical question. When I read through this on the septic and the well, are you allowing septic tanks in this situation? And
I don't think the state will allow it.
Elise has a lot of information on that.
Yeah,
We have consulted with Orion if she wants to.
Yeah, that is something that would need to be deliberated. Right now, the way that the draft code is set, that has been omitted. During the Planning Commission public hearing, the language included the allowance of septic and wells for ADOs. But I've put in the staff report some extensive information on that from Orion. And so that's definitely one of in those items of consideration, number 1 through 3, that's one of those really important things to consider, whether or not that would be allowed. Right now it's crossed out.
yeah, I thought a septic had to have at least half an acre ground per septic.
Right. Yeah, and these are minimum half acre. Yeah.
But you allow several units on that, right?
Right, per residence. Yeah, I think I want to say it's 0.4 or but I agree with you. It's a fairly large parcel.
Yeah.
Right, to have a septic because of the leach field. Yeah.
Anyone else in the chambers care to come forward and make comment? Yeah, Bill, go ahead.
I just have one question. And when you were pushing this as a pilot program, to me, it seems like the pilot is 25, 50 units. 300 is an awful lot of these to have, and then have an extreme negative reaction from the community over. So the pilot, I'm just curious how that 300 number came about. So.
Yeah, and I am not sure how that 300 number came
Well,
about.
it did get reduced to 150. At least it might be because both of our comments are about the old draft. So maybe you could highlight some of the changes that are in the draft that are in our packet.
That was my only point.
Yeah, it has been reduced to 150, but many people have put out a lower number.
Yeah, the Planning Commission, when we had the draft at the Planning Commission, 300 was the number. It was kind of carried over from the HGHO, but it was also taking into consideration, the stat that we're getting from the Multicultural Center on homelessness being over 100, and then from HASU's data saying that their waiting list is over 50. for their affordable apartments. And there was one other number, and let me see if I can find it. But it was reduced in the new draft, and staff's recommendation was to go down to 150. It was recommended or suggested by the attorney and also a commissioner to go down to 50. So from 300 down to 50. I think staff deliberated on this, and we were thinking 150 would be reasonable to meet the needs of the community in terms of housing, and then also to kind of reduce the impact that this pilot program might have.
Would I be able to speak to this just for,
Sure,
that appropriate? Is that okay, Elisa?
I-
So, one thing that, so groundwater and sewer right now, there's a lot of illegal camping going on, and the way that they handle it is they simply charge that homeowner another sewer connection, another water connection. So the reality is, when we overlay this, those are going to have to come into compliance. And the reality is it'll probably absorb a lot of those, slots that we allot. So just so you guys are kind of aware, like it's actually going to push those individuals into compliance, which is a good thing or a bad. I mean, we could debate this for a long time, but you just need to know there's probably, I can't remember the number Dana gave me, but I want to say it was in the high 30s of right now, what she's charging homeowners for their illegal hookups, I guess.
Yeah, you're right, Trish. That reminds me, actually, that was the other number that we were using, which was, and based on conversations with Dana, we estimated, and she agreed with this number, that there are probably about 50 illegal residential situations on property within Grand County. And probably not all of those are hooked up to WISA and paying the $30 every month. They might not be hooked up at all, but there's roughly maybe 50 illegal residential situations happening.
We could fall down a big rabbit hole here. So if we want to, if we want to leave this for a workshop, we could, sorry. So yeah, go back.
I feel like in the beginning, when we started talking about the ADO, it seemed more like a way of like making an RV an accessory dwelling unit. And it has changed drastically from that. So I don't know if it means that all these random people in Spanish Valley are going to be able to come into compliance with it. Because all of a sudden we have a 4 minimum and arterial street requirements and within 1 mile of a work node, whatever that is. So I just think that this isn't necessarily like the path for all of those people to come into compliance. This is a path to be able to permit a camp park, which right now we have no way of doing. I don't know that if I'm wrong, please correct me, because I haven't been in the planning commission meetings, but.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kim.
I guess it's sort of a point of, we've kind of transitioned from the public hearing to commissioner discussion, and maybe we should finish the public.
That's my fault. Yes.
It's just hard on this because we're getting a lot of comments about people who are non-compliant in Spanish Valley. So just understanding like how this would impact that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm eager to discuss those things. I just
procedural. So yeah, is there anyone else in the chambers who'd like to come up? Kaya? Yeah, come on.
It's waiting patiently.
Thank you.
I like the discussion though, it's fine. I'm Kaya Marienfeld, I'm the chair of the City Planning Commission, so no hand in this, but obviously it has implications for the city as well, even though we obviously have less properties where this would apply. I am speaking as myself though, not as my role with the city. I just wanted to flag that. I am here just generally in support of it. I think it's a super important provision where there are people that are ready to do this with their property, that it would have a really marked important impact on our housing crisis in the short term, when I think we have a lot of things in the pipeline long term to help address things. I've seen firsthand the effect that having a place to land when you first get to Moab can have on people's ability to stay and become, county commissioners, honestly, be leaders in the community down the road. And I just think it's a really critical thing that we've really lost in the time that I've been in Moab. In the 8 years I've been here, I've seen a significant decline in those kinds of opportunities for people as, you know, more traditional single family housing or multifamily housing either gets sold or just isn't available for rentals or short-term rentals anymore, or excuse me, long-term rentals, but for a short period of time for people, the same way that this might be. And I've followed the discussion with the County Planning Commission throughout the drafting of this ordinance, and I think they really have given an eye to potential unintended consequences and really tried to write things in there that will help mitigate those. I think there's a significant amount of oversight on this, the same way there is, as Elisa mentioned, on the OAO. And I think all of those things, you know, mean that it's a good trial. And I understand the number, like Trish was explaining, the number of units called for in it, I think makes sense to account for maybe some that are sort of already there you're trying to bring in. But there are some really large parcels, I think, that where this would be something that would really make a huge difference for the community. And I understand Mary wanted to have a workshop, and I super support that, but I would just say, you know, try not to take too long if this is something y'all are looking to approve, because I do think there are people who are ready to go and want to get people in safe places to live by the end of the year, which would be amazing before winter, especially with so many people unhoused or living in their vehicles illegally.
Or insecure.
Yeah.
Home insecure.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you.
Thanks, Kai. Steve, did you have your hand up?
I was just going to comment about.
You can come forward if you would,
microphone.
just because the mic's up here. Folks online can hear you.
If you do a workshop, I would suggest having Dana present, because you're talking about adding 150 or so new hookups. And I was just wondering what their carrying capacity with their current pipes is. And then the other part is, if she thinks that by doing this, you're going to have 50, or I would think even higher, because in our district, we have a lot of people befooling it. A lot of people that are hooked up now, that if the property owner then has to pay the impact fees of what, $5,000 or $6,000, they might choose just to move that trailer off, because if they're only letting it be used for guides and things, probably it wouldn't be worth the money. And that's just the impact. The cost of installation into the sewer and water is pretty large. So you might create 50 new people without homes if they got kicked off. A lot of my neighbors, a lot of our district has a lot of people parked. So anyway, I would really listen to Dana. She's
Great. I think Dana would be very valuable to have at the workshop.
She might be on. I know she was going to try to make it.
Yeah, I have actually a couple of questions for you. So that's a little bit dovetailed off of that. Yeah, let me.
We should finish the public hearing.
Oh, do you not ask questions or?
Let's get take public comment from the Zoom first, and then is there anyone on Zoom who would like to make a comment?
What? How do I do this? Hello?
There you go. We can hear you.
Hello?
Please. Yes, we can hear you. If you want to introduce yourself, and then you can speak. Whoever was just speaking, I think it's under Judy's iPad too.
Okay, yeah. Yes, the young lady, first off, thank you for the opportunity. You're talking about.
Would you please state your name?
Oh, my name is Andy Savarese. I'm Judy's husband on Judy's iPad.
Thank you.
I live on Arbor Drive. Anything else you need from me?
No, please continue.
Okay, so we're talking about a half an acre, 4 accessory units on a half an acre. It seems a little excessive to me. The young lady that was in favor was talking about owners with large tracts of land that were ready and able to go ahead with this. But to me, it seems like if I wanted to put 4 accessory dwelling units on my half acre and charge for them, it just seems a little chaotic to me. I mean, it's going to substantially change the complexion of the neighborhoods. And that would be my concern. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there?
Thanks, Judy's husband. Was it Judy's husband?
Yes.
If I can sign out now. Okay.
You can sign out. I appreciate it. Anyone else on Zoom who would like to make a comment? I think there's a few more people in Zoom that potentially would care to make a comment. Brian, I see you on Zoom. Are you on to make a comment?
Hi, I'm Brian Martinez.
Yes, you may comment if you like.
Yeah, I wrote you guys today as well, so I'm not sure if you guys need any more from what I have. It's been kind of a long process. I'm the manager there at Navtech Expeditions, and we have a piece of property where guides have been out camping down on the in the swamp. And when the 2021, sorry, I wasn't really prepared to speak right now. The 2021 ordinance came out, kind of re-clarifying the camping down there. It wasn't supposed to be aimed at our local workforce. And that's exactly kind of what did happen right there. And we've been working with the Planning Commission to try to go ahead and get something set up for this guide, for the guides that we have down there. We have about 26 guides that live down there seasonally, and that's what we're talking about at Navtech. And we're just trying to find a path for them so that they have a place to land and stay. These are not your typical people who are going to be looking for housing or anything like that. A lot of them are in town for only a few nights out of the week. The plan that's been put out is not exactly what we'd like to see. It would come at a large expense to us, but it still is a nice path to have something for guides, and it's something that we would be willing to work towards. So I think that we would be in support of the overlay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brian. Anyone else online who needs to make a comment? It's like is that it? Just 9 online. And it does look like we have Dana with us too. All right. Guess we can move to some discussion. Does that sound good? All right.
Or do we just want to workshop it?
Yeah, a lot of what I have to ask or discuss, I feel like is appropriate to a workshop. I just feel like there were a couple of questions for clarifications, but that seems appropriate to a workshop.
Are we at a point where we could outline or create talking points for a workshop? So without getting into them, kind of say, hey, let's talk about definitions. Let's talk about size. Let's talk about whatever.
I think we could do that, but I think just some initial, I have a lot of basic questions about the intent of the ordinance. And so I guess I'd like to start the discussion now and then continue it at a workshop in the future.
Okay. Do you want to get us going then, Kevin?
I think Josie was beginning to ask.
Oh, okay.
And I cut her off.
Oh, yeah. And that was just with some questions and comments from public comment. And so I had some clarifying questions because around the hookup issue, it seemed like you could have individual site hookups, but also, especially if you were maybe having tent sites or van sites, that you would essentially have a centralized bathhouse and kitchen that would have their own hookups. And so that would be significantly less than that 4 per half acre or whatever that number was. Is that true?
Significantly less in terms of the impact fee or in terms of the amount of
quantity per,
the quantity, quantity of hookups would be less, but on the way that GWISA would still charge a property owner, my understanding from Dana, and I think I'm like 99% sure this is accurate.
Per user.
Sorry?
It would still be per user, not per hookup.
Per site.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So that answers the question of sort of quantity burden on the county, but the cost would be the same. And I guess that was my other question, because I did notice that there was language around the Economic Development Department possibly having some grant money around those hookup costs. And I wanted to know if you had anything to add to that.
Just know that that's been discussed with August and Ben as a potential grant application that might come forward. And actually, I want to say that somebody tried to apply for a grant for the already allowed number of RV sites in highway commercial for employee housing. I believe somebody, one of the businesses along Highway 191 was looking to put in the RV sites for employee housing that's already allowed in our land use code, and they couldn't afford the impact fees. So they were potentially looking into applying for a grant. And so it came up, and it's something that could be feasible.
So I guess I had kind of a bigger picture question for Elisa or whoever else wants to answer it, but about just what are the intended use cases for this ordinance? Because it seems to me it's like trying to do several different things, or at least I've heard several different things discussed. One idea is basic, something like the existing Contractors Roost RV park, or RV park, or other camping type situation on a fairly large piece of land that's intended for long-term residential use. But we also have this talk about existing illegal hookups, which I think are mostly just 1 to 2 trailers in someone's backyard, which
some are more.
Some are okay. In any case, parts of this ordinance seem like they are not intended to handle that case, or they don't want to encourage more of that. Or maybe we're looking to get people out of that situation and into one of these larger camp. I'm not sure, but I think so. I guess I'm surprised. So on the one hand, clearly the camp parks are part of this, and on the other, we're allowing this in all possible zones. We're allowing it on a half-acre lot. So what? I guess maybe I'll turn over Lisa just to see what are we envisioning as how are people going to take advantage of this if it were to pass in its current form?
Well, I think the really important thing that you're bringing up that is a misconception, and it is kind of confusing, is the point about what's going to happen. What does this have to do anything with the existing illegal RVs in people's backyards? So the way that this was originated was to kind of address that problem. Like right now, the county doesn't really want to have to enforce that policy where we're telling people that they can't live there anymore because it's illegal without any kind of alternative situation. So that the ADO is when those developments, if they are able to go in and they get approved, they provide a designated area for that type of living. And so eventually, within time, we would be able to enforce our illegal camping on private property law. And we'd be able to do that because we could say, okay, this is illegal in that situation, but here are some approved areas where you're able to live in your RV. And so that's one aspect of this that is probably really important to consider in terms of its purpose. And overall, I think it provides a solution to the current demand for that type of living situation. I mean, whether it be tiny homes, just anything that's not stick built, because currently a stick built home is very expensive to build. We're not really seeing a lot of ADUs going in and being built because those are even expensive. And we'd love to see more ADUs, accessory dwelling units, but those are stick built. They have to be, because they have to get a building permit.
They don't have to stick built, but go ahead, move on.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, sure, you could do a
yeah.
manufactured, you could put in a manufactured home, sure. But yeah, so this was kind of the filling that niche.
Okay, so yeah, that's very helpful because I guess I didn't pick up on that intent from what I'd heard previously, and so it sounds like in particular, this one might imagine that we already allow ADUs, and so we could kind of put these two things together, and someone could just have a travel trailer in their backyard as an ADU, but that's not. This would not allow that.
No, this would not allow that.
So this is intended to create things that might loosely be described as camp parks or long-term residential RV parks, so that people who are currently in backyards illegally have a place to go. So.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, a couple, and Elisa, maybe you can speak to. So I know at one point, and this is just my ignorance. We spoke about some kind of restriction to keep them affordable, because the reality is like I could throw in 4 RV slots. Let's say if I was on the connector, I have an acre, I could put in a whole bunch, but I don't have to make them affordable. I could charge $2,000 an RV slot. So are we really dealing with the issue at hand? I know that we talked about this. So yeah, if you can just elaborate on that.
Yeah, I think that gets taken care of by the restriction for these units to be occupied by local workforce. And typically your local workforce are not going to be able to afford something that's out of their, that's the normal high rent that we're seeing currently. So yeah, I think that would be taken care of in the same sense that HGHO is kind of creating like the local actively employed market, housing market.
But that is a huge concern of mine. Anyways, that's a concern of mine.
Yeah, and I mean, we can't, we've talked about that at Planning Commission because we can't do any kind of rent control in Utah. So I think that just by restricting it to occupancy for only local workforce, that kind of will regulate itself in that way.
One other thing that I've heard as kind of like a reason that we're discussing this is because of specific examples like NavTech, or where different employers are looking for an option to house employees, but not on their commercial property. But I see maybe some inconsistencies with what this ended up looking like, as far as like every dwelling needs a foundation. So that kind of rules out.
No, that's not true. Sorry, that's not true. Not every dwelling needs a foundation. No, it's just, it's basically we just wanted to require that the sites have some kind of a improvement beyond just dirt. So it's like a little bit of gravel or what is it? Road base. Can't remember, compacted road base. So that comes by. It's not very expensive. It's just the minimum that you would do to go beyond just putting RVs on dirt.
Right. I guess I got that from section C, number 7. Any dwelling not on a chassis will require a foundation and a building permit.
Well, that is because that's not our requirement. That's just International Building Code. You can't, anything that's going to be permanent, like structure, like a tiny home that's not going to be on a chassis, and we've worked with Bill a lot on that. There's no way that you could permit anything other than they would have to go on a foundation, some kind of a foundation.
I'm just trying to clarify that we're not talking about permitting anybody in tents.
Well, it seems like tents are the one thing that are kind of omitted by that chassis rule, because they're not ever going to be.
Yeah, I guess tents are not specifically talked about, but yeah, it's basically, we're thinking of like anything that's going to be stick built or anything that's not a mobile unit that, you know. I don't think, yeah, tents don't require a foundation, that's for sure.
Perhaps there should be separate language for what tent sites should look like, because they might look different too. I mean, gravel's not an ideal base for a tent site, but I do, you know, I envision something like, you know, up the creek for employees when it comes to what could be possible with tent sites and centralized amenities. So I think it's important to include that potential within this scope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't want to try to do too much with this, but that does seem like an important part for at least the businesses that have approached us.
But at the same time, like, this idea that we're rushed, I understand we are trying to provide housing, but I don't want to rush to the point that we're going to produce something that's a junk show, that it's not safe sanitary conditions. I mean, I know we want to make this a part of our community that is going to provide housing that is dignified. And so I don't want to rush it to the point that, you know, I do feel like we need to workshop this a bit more, you know, to the point that we're not producing something and that we're proud of. And, you know, Dana mentioned, once we take those water connections out of our housing stock, they're gone. Those ERUs are gone, right? When we're building out the remainder of our water rights in this valley, they're gone. And so I think, you know, we want to do it carefully and be considerate. So all these questions that are coming up, I think we really need to move through carefully.
So I had a few comments or maybe topics that we might want to discuss more at a workshop. First, a comment. It seems like, you know, one of the things this is trying to do is just allow, you know, people to live in, you know, cheaper housing, you know, cheaper, less nice housing. And I guess I strongly support that. My first, I think, 18 years in Moab, I lived in a 1950s 8x30-foot travel trailer, you know, that wasn't really on a foundation. And it was great because it was cheap and it allowed me to spend time in Moab without spending money that I didn't have at that time. And so I totally understand people, especially younger people, who, you know, just want to be here and they're not looking for anything fancy. And, you know, I very much like the idea of, you know, creating more options for housing. But I think a lot of the concerns we've gotten has to do with like increases in density, and is going to be happening, you know, willy-nilly in residential neighborhoods, or is it just, you know, certain areas where the impacts are going to be less? And I think on that type of issue, I tend to be more sympathetic with people who, you know, want to see us handle density increases in kind of a holistic, intentional way, not this kind of piecemealing thing. Now, I think based on what I've learned from Elisa and you know, understanding the ordinance better, it seems like it's maybe not heading in that direction. But you know, I think we should, you know, keep those things separate: density increases versus allowing alternative housing. So now just a quick list of other topics that I hope we'll discuss. We got some comments about yurts. I guess that's a kind of tent, and you know, I think we should try to be as flexible as we can without, you know, making the international building code enforcer people get really angry with us about. You know, I think we should push that envelope as far as we can. There's some the language about coverage and you know, dwelling site pet. I found that kind of confusing, and maybe we can discuss that in the workshop. One, I didn't understand. I don't think I fully understand what was intended there, and then to the extent that I do understand it, I'm not sure if that's the right way to go about determining the maximum density on a site. I wonder a bit about this half-acre minimum lot size. I'm just having trouble coming up with examples of half-acre lots where I think this would be appropriate. I do acknowledge that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it's written now is this is very much like our overnight accommodation overlay zone. Like, you know, we apply it just where we want to as a legislative decision, and that, of course, is a very strong protection against putting these things in silly places. Nevertheless, I think it's good to sort of announce our intentions ahead of time, you know, partly to guide future county commissions, but also just to reassure people who might interpret it if we didn't say that, you know, these are the kind of places we envision putting these things. I think there are a number of provisions in there, for example, a communal kitchen, or maybe, having the pad be fancier, that will tend to make these more expensive. And I know that it seems to be like, we're trying to make these places nice and not some, horrific, junk show like we see in horror movies. But I'm sensitive to negative offenses. I'm one of these people, I can eat just fine with no kitchen, and it doesn't mean that I'm only eating fast food. So if I lived in a place with a communal kitchen, I would probably never use it. And I'd probably resent having to pay for it because of some regulation that, so I would be inclined to leave some of those decisions about these things up to the people who are starting the thing, rather than trying to dictate it. So I'll stop there, but I'm hoping a lot of those we can discuss more when we get to the workshop.
Should be 2 hours. Probably should be a 2-hour workshop. Or
Just definitely gotta be there, yeah, make it 3.
One thing that I've been thinking about is, I understand, I guess, the reasoning why the arterial and collector streets should be flagged as sites that are appropriate, and yet that would eliminate the NAVTech site, for example. And so I wonder if actually like generating a map or spots is like a better way than trying to just define it with like this weird notion that you should be 1 mile from some work center, but maybe not the work center that you're working at. I don't know. I was also like, well, what if we just generated a map with those constraints and see what's in there? It would be helpful, I think. So like see what we're talking about. Yeah.
That's something I can work on in time for a workshop. I think that's a great idea. Looking at a map is very helpful, and I've been wanting to have something like that in this discussion. And so yeah, for sure, we can do that.
Thank you.
And we do have things in place right now to produce more housing, the building of ADUs, and what can we as a county do to incentivize that? I understand we can leave this, for the workshop, and I know the Planning Commission is already talking about ADUs, but I think it's a great way to increase housing in a manner that's, anyways, just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. I think there's a lot we could do to incentivize the building of ADUs. And do they cost money? Yes, but I put an ADU on my property, and that ADU, I live in the ADU, and my house pays for everything, right? So, and I think I produce very reasonable rent. So the fact is, you're making an investment on your property that is, you're going to have to sacrifice. I didn't pay cash. I'm mortgaged to the hilt, but I'm producing housing, and I produced a structure that is, I live in, is safe and sanitary, et cetera, and so on. So just thoughts. I think there's a lot we could do to incentivize ADUs.
It is a little after 8. And if we are going to workshop this next time for a few hours, which I think is a great idea, then maybe wind down the conversation tonight. Unless anyone has a quick point to make, Mary?
Only thing, I would maybe keep the public comment period open a little longer, since we're going to be keep it open until 4 o'clock on the 4th, I think is what the next meeting is.
Okay, so keep the public comment period open through the workshop then.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
Yeah, because we want, that's part of what we want, is to have, and hopefully a lot of people will show up to the workshop.
Is there anything procedurally that I need to do to extend the public comment period?
Because typically we talk about a date certain for the public hearing period.
Just say wherever you want. I mean, the only thing to do is that comments come in after the packet deadline. They may not show up.
Right.
Okay. But I can
Leave it open for the end of the meeting on the 4th.
I just have one more thing.
Sure.
I just want to stress that right now we have no mechanism to permit camp parks or mobile home things in our community. And so that I think that needs to be addressed. Yes. And that housing in many different forms needs to be addressed, but we need to be able to provide for the section of the community that is going to live in that kind of environment. And if we don't, it's like, what kind of community are we? It's definitely not inclusive. So that's, in my mind, that's this process. And I'm really excited that we're doing it.
Just to clarify, we don't obviously have a camp park designation, but we do have a process to permit manufactured homes, but it requires what, 4 acres, right, Elise? So it's not an easy process, but.
I'll also add that since we will extend the public comment period until just before the commission meeting. We can extend it until October 4th at 4 p.m. through the workshop. But as people are making comments, at least one commenter, I think there was maybe more people commented about us as commissioners, like kind of looking down from high, and that we probably haven't had the same experiences that a lot of the people who are commenting on. And I'd just like to say that I think most of us here have worked seasonally, lived out of our vehicles, camped.
I've lived in a camp trailer for at least 5 years.
Yeah, when I first got to town for at least 5 years, I was living out of my truck and absolutely working seasonally and scrambling for a place to stay. And I think the majority of us here definitely fall under that category. So we know where people are coming from. We're not.
And we want to.
Yeah, absolutely, Mary. No, we want to help. We've been there, and we know that it's hard. And
I was in a camp trailer those 2 brutal winters. Remember those brutal winters when the main lines were freezing? I was in a camp trailer. Wasn't a lot of fun.
And
the
statistics from like the Multicultural Center and the Housing Committee, it's we need to do something, but we need to do it wisely.
Right.
And Jacques' comment just reminded me of, I think, what might be the first county commission I ever attended. I'm probably in like the late maybe early 1990s. And the hot topic of the day was manufactured homes and where they were allowed. And some people were up in arms. And a lot of people were making this presentation about how bad they are. And I stood up to say, well, but they cost less, it's fine, we shouldn't, blah, blah, blah. And I think it was Dave Knutson said, well, 2 out of 3 commissioners live in manufactured homes, so we're not going to be too biased against them. So,
yeah. All right. All right. No further comment. The public hearing will remain open until 4 p.m. on the 4th of October, and I will adjourn, or actually I won't adjourn.
I will make a motion to move into closed session to discuss pending or reasonable imminent litigation.
And I think we had 2 closed session items.
And what?
Yeah.
We don't. We can go in closed session for both of them. We've done it in the past. And what was the other reason? And for physical, and professional and physical and mental competency of character competency of a human. Somebody else say it, please.
Discussion of the character.
Where?
Competence of physical and mental health of an individual.
Thank you. Okay, go into character, professional competency, or physical or mental health of an individual.
Thanks, Mary. Motion by Mary.
Second.
Second by Trish. All in favor of the motion? All right, go into closed session.